Driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. Without you, driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. Give it to me like world without you. Just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live without you.
All right, morning everyone. Hope everyone's good. Hope everyone had a good night's sleep. For a change, I had a good night's sleep as well. It's Monday, bank holiday morning, and it's actually looking relatively nice out there. So, wasn't the worst of games, was it? 4-0. Can't really complain about the score. I mean, there's always one or two things you can pick out in the game, but 4-0 is 4-0. Two by Son, Basuma, what a banger. That was a quality goal. I mean, fair play. He actually kicked the ball from outside the bloody box, which I think a lot of us have been screaming for anyone to do for quite a while now. And yeah, Romero goes and puts it in the back of the net at the end. 4-0, I'm a happy man. What I can say with that is what the title says, job done, for a change. But there's a few points I definitely want to go through on this, positive, negative points, because people will say to me, why have you always got to bring up negative stuff as well? Why can't it just all be positive? Well, because sorry, a few people, life isn't always positive. And the way I look on football is we're obviously going to sit here and talk about the good points. The good points are the good points. The good points don't need to get fixed. But on the negative side, you've got to look at also the bad points. You've got to look at what didn't necessarily go right. Because when you've got a problem, you need to look at the problem to fix the problem. You've got to acknowledge the problem. There is still definitely problems in that team. But again, that game, 4-0, I'm not going to complain. I wasn't expecting a 4-0. I won't deny it. I was expecting Spurs to go 2-1 and maybe struggle a little bit when they got the goal. But they didn't. Now, again, 4-0. We scored 4 goals. But do you know what? That's not what I was actually impressed with. I was impressed that we kept a bloody clean sheet. We could have won that 6-7-0. Yeah, 7 goals, brilliant. But I'd have still been more impressed with a clean sheet. I mean, that's our third clean sheet in 31 games. That's not good. But we kept a clean bloody sheet. And they did have a couple of chances. I mean, we looked a bit crazy on the set pieces, as we usually do. And it is still something I feel we need to fix. But you could tell it was chaos at one point on a corner that went in there. But they got the job done. And one thing I did like, I can't remember what defender it was, but it came down to him why the chaos was all in the box. And he just said, you know what? Bollocks. When in doubt, kick it out. Yes, that is what you do. Now, I get the system. We got to pass it out, this, that, and that. But when things are chaos or when someone's on you, now and again, you just think, for God's sake, mate, just boot the bloody ball. Kick it out. And we did. So I can be happy with that. I could be happy with most of the game, tell the truth, and most of the players. But there is some points I will and do want to pick on. So I'm going to say hello to some of the chat, as usually do. And Tom, morning Dan, morning chat, and morning to you, mate. Hope everything's good. Mark Cook, always good to see you on here as usual. Nearly bite the tongue off in the bloody process. Good morning to all. Hope everyone is well. Eugene, how you doing, mate? Always good to see you on here. Hi, everyone. Big up to you too. And obviously, it has Levy out at the end of it. And Barbaric, I'm not even going to attempt the second bit. I'll just call you Barbaric. Morning, Dan. Morning, chat. Morning to you. Anthony Clark, always see you on here. Appreciate it, mate. Big up, Dan. Hope you're good, mate. And I'll just leave the last bit out, and I'll say it as usual. You can stick that last bit where the sun don't shine, but the rest of it, always good to see you on here, mate. Phil Coys, how are we doing this morning? Again, Opal's good for you as well. Morning, Dan, and every Spurs fan that is negative or positive, we all support them, same as the club. And feeling good about the Newcastle game. I feel it's time to play them. Onwards and upwards. Well, yeah, we've got to take the positive sides of the game. But I must admit, going to Newcastle lately does seem to scare me. I mean, the past two games we've been there, we have been absolutely ruined. But that is a point I can come to later. And Rob, morning to you, mate. Good morning, people. Good result, that. But Everton weren't very good. They look in trouble already. Let's see what we can do against Newcastle. Very good point. That is something I'm going to get to. And George, good day all. Good day to you, mate. Hamish, morning, Dan. Morning to you, mate. Opal's good on this bank holiday morning that looks like it's not going to rain. Now I've said that, it'll probably piss down, but there you go. George, big up to you too. John, good morning, everyone. Morning to you. Mark, big up, Dan. Big up to you too, mate. Always good to see you on here. Lord Rodney Trotter, Daniel, morning, mate. Opal's good for you. And come on, you Spurs. Finn, big up, Danny, and the rest of the chat. Big up to you too, mate. Same as everyone else. And what's this one? The Boomverse, big up, Dan. Big up to you too, mate. Rinketic, big up, Dan. Big up to you. Angus, how we doing, mate? Hope everything's good up for you. Big up, Dan. What was your thoughts on our performance versus Villa? I'll come to that one a bit later, mate. But you got a win. You was lucky you weren't 2-0 down at one point, but that's where you're a very good team out there at the moment. And Finn, a clean sheet for once. Yes, that is one of the most promising things of the game for me, mate. The fact that we actually kept a clean bloody sheet. That is, for me, the most positive side of the game. Obviously winning it, but the clean sheet for me is what means everything for me on that one. And Rinketic, our improvements should be a new right wing, should be like a quality centre back and left back. There's still plenty of improvements we need on that team. Because at the end of the day, no matter, it was only Everton. But then in the Premiership, no game is easy. We all know that, yeah? This is why I personally rate the Premier League, Premiership, as the hardest league in the world. I know we have people that disagree with it, everyone to their own, but I still think that bottom 10 is the tightest one compared to the other leagues. And when you see someone like Leicester go and beat Arsenal, you're a bit shocked. But you're not as shocked as when one of the smaller teams in the other leagues go and smash the top team in the other league. That's just the way I see it. Again, each to their own. And Daniel, hey, big up, Danny. Big up to you too, mate. George, Vicario hinders us on set pieces a lot more than people give credit for. This guy does not command his 6-yard box whatsoever. No, he doesn't. But at one point in that game, when he came out and caught that ball that came over, he actually looked like he had a bit of bottle on him. And the man's actually come out and admitted that he has a problem, which is a very good thing. I mean, do you really want him to admit that on national TV? Maybe, maybe not. But he has blatantly admitted there is a problem. And this is what I talk about with Spurs. This is what I talk about with things. You have to acknowledge a problem to fix the problem. He's acknowledged it. He knows he's got a problem. That is good. So he's admitted it. And it looks like he's done a bit of training on it, which is obviously what we need and what we want. And plus, the way the rules have changed this year for the goalkeepers, I think is definitely going to do him some favours. I mean, I think there's going to be some weird things that happen with these new rules when it's on corners, set pieces, and that. But we'll see how that goes. And Nigel at Pure Coys, big up Dan and chat. Much love to you, mate. Hope all's good for you. Simply Stu, good morning, Dan. Hope you're well. It's good. So I'm going to be on a good night's sleep and a bank holiday Monday morning. So morning to you too as well, mate. And Simply Stu, what else are you saying here? You can only beat what's in front of you, and that was an impressive performance from a Leeds fan. I totally agree. You can only beat what you're playing. I totally get that. But games like Leicester and Everton, we should be winning. No game's easy, but games like that, you would expect us to, I wouldn't necessarily say walk it, but you'd expect us to win that. We're meant to be a big club. So with games like that, I expect us to win. But the performance overall, I don't really have many complaints with it. 1 or 2 points to pick on, but it was pretty solid. For once, we actually looked a lot more clinical up front. And Nigel, what you're saying here, get smashing on the likes. Thanks a lot, mate. Much appreciated. Mari from Tottenham away. Morning, brother. Morning to you, mate. Hope everything's good for you. I mean, what's the time up your end? That's got to be early morning, isn't it? And Simply Stu, good morning at Mari from Tottenham away. And Mari, good morning to Simply Stu. And last couple. Finn Rickwood, I'm still not convinced on Ange, but by doing this against top sides, he can prove me wrong. Matt Coppin, big up Dan, big up to you too. And Rinketic, what's up, Mari? Right, so with that game, on the positive side, we scored 4 goals. That game that we had there with Everton is basically what we should have done to Newcastle. And we had the chances to Newcastle. What I'm saying, I'm thinking of the next bloody game. Wake up. What we should have done to Leicester. Now, we had the chances with Leicester and we just weren't clinical. Pretty much simple as that. But in this game, we were more clinical. I mean, if you actually really want to be technical about it, with some of the chances we had, we should have actually won the game 6 or 7-0. But that's just being picky, basically, as far as I'm concerned. But Maddison, definitely looking better. Definitely looking like he's got his confidence back. Definitely looking like he's up for a game or two. But does anybody else on here think that he made a few cock-ups in that last game and maybe he should have had a hat-trick? I mean, one of the bits he did do that really did piss me right off was when the ball came over to him, lovely ball, straight down the middle, and that's all he had to do was literally control it, turn it, and put it in the back of the net. But he got the ball, made a mess of it, made a mess of turning round of it, and kicked it at the keeper. That was one chance for me. I expect someone of Maddison's quality to put in the back of the net. And that happened another 2 times to him in that game where I feel that he should have put that in the back of the net. People would say, what, you're complaining? You scored 4. I'm not necessarily complaining. I'm just saying I expect better of a player of that quality. But overall, I think he had a respectable game. I think most of the players did. I mean, our defence, we didn't concede. I mean, VDV, that sprint up the pitch. That's why he's a freak of nature. I mean, that pace on that man, I keep saying it, he should be in Marvel, he should be in the X-Men, he should be in Avengers, whatever you want to bloody call it. The pace on that man is just stupid. Especially for a bloody defender. How many defenders do you ever see as fast as that? Let alone how many players do you see as fast as that? I mean, as far as I know, he is the fastest player in the Premiership. And the way he run that up there, I wouldn't even necessarily say controlled it. He just put it past them and just legged it past them, and they could not catch him. And lovely ball through. Lovely finish. I mean, Son in the middle, he looks alight, he looks on fire, he looked like he was up for the game. Totally different to the Leicester game. I know they played him in different position. But for me, in that Leicester game, Son just looked washed. He just looked like he weren't with it. He looked knackered. I don't know, he just weren't up for it. It looked like he was pulling his face through the floor, basically, not even doing the captain's job. But on this one, he was game, same as the rest of the team. And that is what we want. And it's a question I've sort of got. Is Son actually going to do better as a striker, or is he going to do better as a left winger? I think it's a fair question, because he definitely looked better playing as the striker in the last game, didn't he? Whereas in the game before on the left wing, he just looked a bit cooked, if you ask me. Like I say, he did in that last game. A few players looked shady, but I think we all know that when Solanke that's just got Spurs all over it, isn't it? We go and buy a new 65 million striker and he goes and gets injured in the first bloody game. It's just got Spurs written all over it. Ange's teams for me, they're very easy to predict. I mean, I don't think he's got the best of options anyway. But I did like the way he put Kulusevski in centre mid. Now, I've said from day one, Kulusevski is not a bloody right winger. Either play him as a false nine or play him as an attacking midfield central. You can even use him as a playmaker there. No, obviously not as good as a playmaker as Maddison can be, but it is where I feel we get a better job. But putting him in centre mid, I was not expecting that. I was expecting Sarr to start. I mean, Basuma starting, I think that was going to be pretty obvious because we needed the player there. I mean, I'll come to Basuma a bit later. But Kulusevski, I mean, for me, he was up for man of the match. I thought he had a brilliant game. He bossed that midfield completely. You could see, I think the definite advantage we got from Kulusevski as a centre mid was the muscle he's got. That is one thing that man definitely has. Very inconsistent player. And I think the reason we find him also bloody annoying, a lot of us do, is because we know what he is actually capable of. When he's got two people on him, either side, trying to sandwich him, he's very, very good at holding that ball up and keeping the people off of him. I just can't stand the way we play him on the right wing. But I thought he played brilliant. I thought he had an excellent game being in centre mid. And that one did surprise me that Ange put him in centre mid. I mean, I think the question was more, I think a lot of us were more expecting Sarr in the middle with Basuma and obviously Maddison going up front. And the question was going to be, is it Kulusevski or Johnson on the right? That's what it was for me. And with that, why does he keep playing Johnson? I mean, seriously, what? I think he is the man you could say in that game had a piss poor game. I mean, seriously, that player, we have got to talk about. We have got to seriously talk about it. But Kulusevski, for me, I mean, Basuma done a very good job on the box-to-box side and also covered that number 6 well when he had to come back for it. He had a very good game. That is the best game we've seen off Basuma in a significant amount of time, I would say. I I mean, last season after 10 games, bar 1 or 2 games, he was absolutely shocking. And that goal he scored was a blinder. No two ways about it. He just thumped it. It curled lovely into the top left-hand side. And the keeper was not getting to it. But that goal he gave us, Pickford, I mean, talk about give it to us on a bloody plate. And got a guest here. And Stel, how we doing, mate?
Yeah, good morning, mate. Happy bank holiday, everyone. Hope everyone's good. Weather's lovely, so happy times.
Yes, and a good night's sleep for me, so I am happy. I mean, did you get a good night's sleep after that show yesterday?
No. I had a terrible night's sleep.
No, for once I had a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
And I was just talking about basically in general on some of the players on the game. I mean, Basuma had a blinder, and I think the Kulusevski playing centre mid. I mean, that's where I'll ask you. I was very shocked that he played Kulusevski as actually the centre mid. I mean, what do you think on that one? And how he done as the centre mid and that? I mean, I think it was a strange decision by Ange that none of us was expecting.
Well, he did play him there kind of pre-season, right?
Mm.
So I think it's impossible to judge because I've been going White Hart Lane for maybe 30 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the worst Everton team to ever come to Tottenham. I've not seen an Everton team. I've seen some bad teams. That's the worst Everton team to ever come to White Hart Lane. That's one of the worst teams I've seen come to Spurs, full stop. I've seen championship teams come, teams I've never heard of in Europe come that were better. You know, that was a really poor team we played against, you know, really bad.
Definitely.
And it's hard to tell how well our players really performed because they weren't challenged. I thought Van de Ven had pretty much nothing to do. Romero had nothing to do. Our fullbacks were hardly tested, if at all. Our midfield didn't have much to do. Our attackers had chances, opportunities created for them because their defence was woeful. You know, Odegaard, he went up against a right back for Everton that made his debut, who is only in the team because of so many injuries. You know, a kid. He was up against another kid. So you can't take away anything from our players because they got the job done. We kept a clean sheet. Mm-hmm. We scored goals. So I can't say, oh, we don't praise any players because that's not fair. You know, you said it earlier on in your show. You can only play what you're up against.
Mm-hmm.
But we've also got to assess what were we up against. They were shit, like really shit. You know,
they weren't good.
Just look at the goal Pickford gave to Son. Like, that's shocking goalkeeping. If Vicario did that, we'd be having a hissy fit. If Raya did that for Arsenal, we'd be laughing our heads off saying, crap,
mm-hmm.
You're going to win a league with him. And it wasn't like that wasn't coming. Twice before that, Son shut down Pickford and nearly caught him. So I thought it was a terrible performance from Everton. I think they're in trouble. I think their squad's got major injury problems. We couldn't have played an easier team in the league, I think. I think they are the easiest team to play right now in the league. So it's hard to judge our players, Dan. It's difficult, isn't it? I think it's hard to judge our players right now.
No, I can totally agree with you. And it's like I said earlier, no Premiership game is particularly easy. And like I stated earlier, there are games that we should win. Definitely should win. No two ways about it. And that is one of them, same as Leicester. But we all know that no game is particularly easy. And if you come on a game complacent, there is a chance you can definitely get hurt out of it. But I won't deny it. For me, that Everton team, I agree. They totally look in trouble. And if they play like that for the rest of the season, they're going to be down there with Ipswich and maybe even take Leicester's place on going down. That has got to be one of the poorest Everton teams I've ever seen. But the one thing we did definitely take advantage of in that game, I know Pickford gave it to us on the play. And personally, I don't think Pickford's a bad keeper. I think he actually gets a bit underrated. I don't think
Pickford's a good goalie. Pickford's a good
I think
goalkeeper.
he is. Whereas a lot of
He
people
had a
say he's
shocker.
a bang average keeper.
No,
And
he had a
but I
shocker.
think for England, he plays brilliant. And I do actually think that Pickford is an underrated goalkeeper. I mean, like I said, he's not quality, but I do think he is a good, solid overall goalkeeper that, let's say, 8 times out of 10, you will get a solid performance from. And if I'm honest, I'm still a bit shocked he's still at Everton and nobody else has actually gone for him in that aspect. I would have thought one of the slightly bigger clubs would have actually snapped him up by now, because for England, he's always solid. He's one of our best players on the pitch, usually, as far as I'm concerned, for England. But fucking hell, mate, talk about give it to you on a plate. And Son proved he's still got a bit of pace on him. I still think he's losing a yard or two. But nothing I said earlier, that game against Leicester, for me, Son, I thought he looked totally washed. I thought he looked like he'd had enough. He just did not seem with it. He didn't seem to have any.
Do you know what I think, Dan?
Do
you know what I think?
for him.
I'll tell you what I think's going on with Son. We know him as this electrifying left-sided winger who was dynamite. And then he kind of morphed into this more forward player in a partnership with Kane, where he went to another level. And so did Kane. But as he's now not with Kane and as he's got older, we're looking at him as the talisman to carry us, to be our Gareth Bale, to be our Paul Gascoigne, so to speak. and he's not that player because of his age. I think what Son now is he's not a left winger anymore. I don't think he's a left-sided forward either. I think he's a striker, but a very specific striker. If you want him to play against low blocks, he's not the guy. If you want him to play against teams that give you space in behind, he's the guy, because he doesn't need many chances and he's super clinical. The problem we've got is, and you saw it against Leicester, he went out left, he was shit. He goes in the middle, much better. But look how much space Everton gave him, right? So the problem is, to get the best out of Son, he has to play as the striker, but against teams that give him space. But whilst we've spent £65 million on Solanke, he's not going to get to play that role when Solanke's fit, which means he's going to be pushed out wide and he's just going to get abused and criticism. So I think we've got a problem now, because if you want to get the best out of Solanke, you've got to play him in the 10, because we didn't buy a versatile player that can play across the front three. But if you want to get the best out of Son, you've got to play him in the number 10. But you can't play them both there unless you change the tactics and go with 2 up top, which he's not going to do. So he's created a problem now. And the biggest issue we've got is this. Son is going to be our top scorer this season, Dan. He is the best finisher we've got. He's a better finisher than Solanke. But we spent 65 million on Solanke. He can't be on the bench. But you can't play Solanke right or left because he's not good at that. We've got a problem, Dan. Until we buy a better player than Son that can play left or right and get those kind of goals, what do you do? I think we're genuinely stuck. He can't play left anymore. I don't think he's that player anymore. But I think he's a very specific striker. He's not a versatile striker like Kane. So I don't know what Ange's going to do. He's created a problem for himself here.
Do you know what? That is a fair point.
Sorry, when I say sorry, I mean number 9, guys. I meant the striker role. If I said number 10, there was a mistake. I meant number 9, the striker role.
I totally get where you're getting at. And like Phil Coy said here, Son losing his pace is a myth. No, it's not. He's lost a yard or two of pace. He's just still bloody quick. That's how I see it with Son. That's just age. That's no insult to a player. Look at Salah. Salah's lost a yard or two of pace and he's had to adapt to it, but he's still quick. For me, there's a difference between quick.
Salah can play middle or to the wide, though. Salah's more versatile than Son. Son's not versatile.
Oh, without a doubt. And there's a difference between quick and fast. If a lot of people was to check up a few things, one of our fastest men on the pitch is actually Kulusevski. And that's over 100 meters. He's one of actually our fastest players. He's actually faster than any of our centre mid players. But he's not quick. He doesn't get to his top space quick. And that's what you
Who's this?
You don't Kulusevski. He's actually on 100 meters faster than most of our midfield, but he's not quick.
Right.
He doesn't get to his top pace quick. Son still does.
Okay, but what you're
still
talking
quick.
about is he's quick without the ball. We need players that are quick with the ball. Like Gareth Bale on the ball was rapid.
Mm-hmm.
Kulusevski on the ball isn't rapid. Aaron Lennon on the ball was rapid. Van de Ven, we've seen he's quick with the ball. We saw for the goal he created, and he's quick off the ball. I don't think Kulu's quick on the ball, Dan.
No, he's not. And like I said, he's not.
That's why he can't be a winger. That's why he can't be a winger. It's
another reason, but he's just not quick at getting to his pace. And a winger doesn't even have to be fast; they just have to be quick. As far as I'm concerned, there's a big difference between quick and fast. And anyway, Dietrich, how we doing, mate? Dietrich, you there?
He's talking to you, man.
Yeah. Oh, sorry,
wakey.
I'm at the airport. Yeah, I'm here. How's everyone doing?
Yeah, it's a bank holiday Monday here. We're all happy. I mean, what do you think with Son on his pace? Is he losing some of his pace, would you say?
Well, I don't think he's losing pace. I think he just doesn't have the quality to play as a touchline winger. That's more the problem. I don't think it's the pace. Because the way Ange is demanding his wingers to play, like with the skills and be your man, like on 1v1, that's not Son. Son is give me the ball and I'm gonna finish it. But if I have to be like 3 man, it's not gonna happen. And I think the system is hindering him massively.
It's definitely that I think that Stell's got a very solid point there, isn't he? Because, I mean, for me, Son was never really a winger anyway. For me, he was always more of an inside forward until they started playing him more central sort of thing. Because he's never really been a good passer of the ball, and he's never really been a good crosser of the ball. I mean, when he tried taking the corners for us and that, I thought 9 times out of 10 they were pretty abysmal. But what Son is good at, he is excellent at, and he is world class at what he is good at, and that is finishing the ball. So with what you're saying there, Still, do you think he could be better off as a sort of how we used to play Dele Alli, shadow striker, basically? Keep him just off the box and take those shots just outside the box or when you get in there, because he is clinical enough to finish from outside and inside. That's how I'm sort of taking what you're saying, what could be the better position.
Only if you play
it
two
ain't
up
going
top.
to change.
Only if you play 2 up top. But Ange doesn't do that, so it wouldn't work. Because then he'd have to take the attacking mid role, and I wouldn't play him attacking mid. I'd rather Kulu, Maddison, or Bergvall play there.
And can I just add, can I just add something quickly?
Go for it.
For him to be a shadow striker, we have to play low block system. Because if you play a high line with 2 up top, Son is going to be useless. The same way that Conte played with Lukaku and Lautaro Martinez. That's the only way it's going to work.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? On like how we're actually going to fit him into this team to play at his best. This is what I think is one of the biggest problems that Ange does.
And that's why I always said Kane was always a better player, because he can play in any system and Son can't.
No,
Kane's a better player, but Son's more clinical.
Yes, Son is about. That is one thing Son is world class at, and that is finishing. There's no ifs or buts about it.
He's clinical.
But there's a lot of other things about him for me that stops him being an actual world class player.
But
his finishing is as good as it can be.
If you talk about finishing, don't you think it's a bit unfair that defenders always used to mark Kane because he was like that good? So you always had like 2 people on him, and Son was always left by himself, and Kane always passed him the ball and gave him a 1v1 situation.
Or Kane used to drop deep and let Son do the running, basically, wasn't it?
Exactly. Kane was never in a position where he has to 1v1. It's always like 3 people in front of him.
Do you know something, Dietrich? I think you can't play Son and Kane. You can't play Solanke and Son together in this system. I don't think they work together in this system with a 3 across the top. I think it kills Son. But then if you play Son in the middle, it kills Solanke because then you can't play him. I think we've got 2 players that can't play together across a front 3.
But do you see the problem with that we have? You mean 3 players? Because even the right winger and Johnson cannot play with them. So we have 3 issues.
Johnson can't play football.
We'll come to him later. We'll come to him a bit later.
Let's not even bring him into the equation. Honestly, I don't think you can play Son and Solanke together in a front 3. It will not work.
Yeah, but you cannot bench Solanke and you cannot bench Son. So that's you just can't.
That is the problem that still says that.
But you spent 65 million on Solanke. You can't have him on the bench, and you've got Richarlison 60 million on the bench as well. You've got 120 million pound striker on the bench, and Son isn't even a striker.
Unless
it's a mess.
Unless you do something, but then you're hindering Kulusevski. You put Kul on the right, and you put Son where he played Kul last game as a 10.
No, because then that's where Maddison plays or Bergvall.
No, you play Maddison and Son at the 10, and you put Bissouma like last game, and you put Solanke on the top.
And you've got no one in the middle of the park to control a game of football, Dietrich.
No, but you have the 2 inverted fullbacks.
Yeah, but like I said, that defeats the point of playing 3 in the middle.
Yeah, but we don't play 3 in the middle. We never do. On paper, we do, but when we play, we always play
3 in the middle. But one's higher up, one's further back.
So you can do the same thing. Just tell Maddison to play as an 8. Because Maddison plays as the 8.
Right, so then you're going to play Kulusevski wide, which basically kills Kulu because he's not a wide player.
Would you prefer Kulusevski or Brennan Johnson on the right?
I think neither work in that position.
Yeah, but if you
I think Kulu works better than Johnson.
So I'd rather put Kulu then.
Dan, your grandmother works better than Johnson. So does mine, and she's dead.
Yes.
Same.
R.I.P. By the way. I don't. If you play Kulu on the right, you don't get the best out of him. If you play Son on the left, you don't get the best out of him. If you start if you're forcing players to play, this is the whole argument. When people say play Van de Ven at left back so we can play Dragusin, that's fine. Then you're removing a player who's brilliant in one position, and you're forcing him to play a position that he's not as good at, just to shoehorn a player in. That's not how we want to play football. We want the best players in the best position. I don't think Solanke and Son work in a front 3. In a front 2, yes. See, if we played a 3-5-2, what Dan's banged on about all last season, suddenly Son and Solanke sounds like a good idea. This sounds like something could work. But in a front 3, no, not for me. I think you're doing this.
Yeah, but I'm
Son and Son's the best finisher we've got.
I'm said he wants players that can play multiple positions, so of course it's not going.
But he hasn't signed that because Solanke can't play multiple positions. Nor can Brennan Johnson. Nor can Timo Werner.
No, except Solanke and Johnson and Werner, the rest can play multiple positions.
So
not
except for the 3 front players, everyone else can. Pape Sarr can't play in a 10.
No.
Well, he plays him as a 10. I don't think he's good enough, but he plays him as a 10.
Pape Sarr does not play as a number 10 for Tottenham. What are you talking about?
So that's usually Maddison there.
No. Go back and watch the games. You see sometimes Pape Sarr higher up the pitch than Maddison.
Dietrich, the whole team is high up the pitch. Everyone's up in the pitch. That's why we get caught on the break.
No, but sometimes you just see like either Bissouma and Maddison as an 8, and you just see Pape Sarr like making the runs as the second striker.
Yeah, but he doesn't play in that role. Well, okay, every player will find a moment once in a while where they make this run into the box. Because when you get caught out of shape and then you win the ball, when you win the ball back, you're out of position when you've won the ball back. So suddenly, do you know what? Actually, I'm in the best position to make a run. So that's going to happen. Pape Sarr doesn't purposely make constant runs into the box and play in that 10 role. He doesn't. That's nonsense.
Go back. I'm not even going to go watch versus Leicester. This guy was making like runs as the 10.
Yeah, but that's because it's 1-1. We're trying to win the game, and we're going for it. Everyone's pushing forward. But Pape Sarr does not play as a 10. He doesn't even play for his country in that role.
No, because he sucks.
Well, no, it's
Even as it's,
look, we're saying, are our players versatile? Can they play multiple positions? Not well. No, they can't. I don't think they can. I think they can.
no, I don't.
I think if Ange said to Romero, "You're going to play in the 6," I think Romero would do it because he's told to do it. Does that mean he'll be good at it? We don't know. But I think a lot of our players are really good at one position, but then they can't play well in another position. Harry Kane was the most versatile player I've seen Spurs have. He could play in 3 or 4 different roles, no problem. I don't think the rest of our players can do that.
You could have had Kane as a 9. You could have had him as a 10. I know his number was 10 anyway, but basically
as an 8, as a 1.
You could play him as an 8. And do you know what? The way Kane was at times, I think you could even get away with him as a bloody defender. Yeah, it'd be a bit of a Harry Maguire on his pace and that. But how many times did Kane save our arse on the line? Kane is a very versatile player. And with what you're saying here, I agree with both of you. And do you know what? It is a bit of a predicament that we might have got ourselves into, because this is something that I complain about a lot with Ange. And that is, he has several players that you would say are in the right position, but they're not playing the way they want to play. They're not playing what they're best at. We all know that Udogie and Porro are not inverted wingbacks. They would definitely be best overlapping wingbacks. Basuma, coming back as a 6, yes, he covered it well, but we all know he's much better as a box-to-box going forward than he is coming back. Kulusevski is not on the right. He's better for the middle. And now, by the look of it, Son isn't good for the left. He's better for the middle. And it is a bit of a predicament. I mean, what change do you make changes to a team just to get those players on the pitch? I mean, we've seen managers do that and totally screw up a team by doing that. I mean, look at our England team like 10, 15 years ago, where they had to get Lampard and Gerrard on there, and one of them was always playing completely out of position as such, and it showed. So where do we go with this one then?
Damn, I'm getting hammered in the comments.
I wouldn't worry about it, mate.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I mean, you speak a lot of facts, Dietrich. That's why I like having
no,
you
just
on
people. No, people don't listen. I never said Pape Sarr is a 10. I just say sometimes he plays as a 10, but he's not a 10.
No,
That's all I said.
He doesn't play as a 10. That's why you're getting cussed, because you're talking shit.
He has come forward as a 10 a couple of times.
No.
He has.
No.
I'm just Pedro Porro plays as a 10. Udogie plays as a 10. Vicario plays as a 10. Everyone at Spurs plays as a 10. That's how Andrew does it.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes you just see Maddison jumping deep, receiving the ball from the center back, and you just see Sarr like a 10, but he's not playing as a 10.
Sarr's, if you look at his heat map, I guarantee most of the time he's all over the pitch because he just runs around. He's a bit of a headless chicken. He's a bit sporadic. He's just a workhorse. He's just an engine that he's everywhere, right? But I think his main role is either a 6 or an 8. That's kind of how he's supposed to play for us. That's how I see it.
He's
not versatile. Pape Sarr is not versatile.
I don't think Pape Sarr knows his own position properly. And I don't think Ange knows what Pape Sarr is best at yet either.
Okay, but how come we can see that he's not versatile but not Ange?
That's a different conversation. Now you're saying, does Ange know? Like, well, Ange says a lot of things and then something different happens, doesn't it? So he's very good at saying one thing. I think he forgets what he tells us.
It is a tricky situation. So, right, what I'm going to do, Chris, is a couple of people have asked questions, so I'm going to bring them up. Phil Coyes, who do you think is better, Gabriel or VDV? Just out of interest. So I'll start with you on that, Dietrich. Go on.
Okay, I'm going to be fair and if you look at qualities, Gabriel is a better defender because he's a better at headers, better at tackling, and better positioning. The only difference with Van de Ven, he's better on the ball, and he's the fastest man alive. So I'm gonna say Gabriel. I'm gonna be friends with Gabriel.
Still
Right. If you look at all the stats last season, all the data, there's no debate. Gabriel is a better defender. This isn't even a debate. Romero actually came better than Saliba and Van de Ven, but not as good as Gabriel. However, it's clear to me when you watch him play, if he was at Man City, if he was at Arsenal, and I'm talking about Van de Ven, if he was at Atletico Madrid, if he was at Real Madrid with Ancelotti, Van de Ven would be the better defender all day long. For me, I can see he's a better player. But being at Spurs in this system and Gabriel being at Arsenal in their system, Gabriel looks better, and he is better because I think the system brings the best out of Gabriel, and our system, it demands things from Van de Ven that are just unfair. And that's how I look at it. I think Van de Ven all day long is better, but he needs to be in a better club with a better system to really show how good he is.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't he Gabriel older than Van de Ven by 3 years?
Gabriel's older, yeah.
Oh.
Van de Ven's 23.
Okay, so
22.
so of course Gabriel's gonna be better. He has more experience at the high level, of course.
Well, well, not really, because Nico Williams is much younger than any of our wingers, and he shits all over them, and he's a kid.
Okay, but look at fair point.
That is quite a solid point there. I've just dropped the mic on that one because I think that just about ends that one. I mean, I'd say Gabriel is the better defender as such. It depends what you want to call a defender, whether you want, because there's so many ways you can call a defender these days. It's just a good old centre back like John Terry. But they just play two totally different types of defence. I mean, for me, Van de Ven is a much, much better ball-playing defender. But if you just want an out-and-out defender out there who can mark and tackle better, I'd say Gabriel is better. But with the capabilities of what I think he's going to get better and also other things he's good at, I could also say Van de Ven is better. But I think it goes with what Stel said as well. Well, with what both you said, it just depends what system you need them for. But if you just want a rock centre back, I would say Gabriel is the better defender as such. But I'd say there's a lot more to Van de Ven to come, and there's a lot more that he is actually capable of than Gabriel. So it's a bit of a tricky one, isn't it? It depends how you want to play them and what system you play them in. I mean, I think we all know poor Van de Ven by some stage in this season, his hamstrings are going to go, aren't they? By the way he has to run so much.
Well, as soon as we play some good teams, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, good question. Definitely a good question. But I think if you want an out-and-out centre-back, Gabriel is better. But if you want a ball-playing centre-back, I'd say Van de Ven is better.
The thing is, if you look at Gabriel a couple of years ago, he wasn't that great at Arsenal. It's only now that Saliba's come in, they've got a goalie, they've fixed the wing-back positions, they've got Declan Rice and Partey. Now they've got a system and a solid tactical way of playing. Gabriel looks brilliant. And this is why I say it about Van de Ven, Dan. I think Van de Ven plays in a suicidal defensive system. No one plays the way we do. It's mental. And I don't think, like, you go and watch Udogie when he was playing for Udinese. He looks much better. He comes to Spurs and it's up and down. And I just think it's the way we're asking our defenders to play. I think if you look at our defenders individually, we've got some brilliant defenders. Porro, Van de Ven, Romero, Udogie. I think we've got some really good players there. But as a unit playing together in a tactic, you don't know what we're going to fucking do, Dan. You literally don't know what they're going to do.
No, and that is one of the most annoying things. We
Yeah.
do have a very good back system, but how can you call them good when they're conceding 61 goals in the season? That is the problem there. So you've got another question here, quick, Stel. Mark Cook says, Stel, if you're a manager, what would you be picking as your starting 11? I mean, I think that's quite obvious what you would pick, but go on.
Well, three at the back, Dragusin, Romero, Van de Ven. I'd have Romero in the middle of the three, or the right. Dogi and Porro as actual fullbacks that overlap, like Trent and Robertson used to do for Liverpool. The three in the middle for me. I think as it stands now, we don't have much of a choice but to play Basuma in that 6 because we haven't signed a number 6. And then I would have Maddison as the 8 and then Bergvall or Kulu as the 10. I'd actually give it to Bergvall over Kulu. I really would. But I can see the argument for Kulu. And then I'd have Son and Solanke as the front 2. I wouldn't have Johnson, Werner, Richarlison anywhere near this squad. Anywhere near it. And that's what I would do. I think that's the best we've got. 3-5-2 with those players. I actually think a lot of fans will probably agree with something similar. I know you will, Dan, because you've been saying it all last season. You're probably the first one that actually said, do you know what? Conte would have done well with this team.
It just does suit his style more, and I would say. I mean, and the other quick question you got here then off Mark Cook, I think this is for everybody. Do you think you will see a significant changes in the Europa games from the Premier League games?
No.
I think he will start different people. It depends, obviously, what games we're going to play in that. He has to make some changes, basically, doesn't he? He has to, because he's gonna have to change the team about, because if he just sticks with the same team in the Europa and the League and the Cups and that, we're going to get absolutely done with injuries, aren't we?
If we play Limerick FC in the Europa or Belgian Warriors or Scandinavian Sausage FC, right? Teams we have never heard of, no idea where they come from, then yeah, he'll probably start Werner, probably give players like Odebert, Dragusin, Spence, maybe a Mikey Moore if we're lucky. If we pray we see a young player from our academy play, Lancashire, who knows? We'll probably see them get some minutes. But I think you take a big risk, because we saw when he made 9 changes against Fulham, what happened. I don't. It's a big risk, and fans, if we go out the Europa Cup, Dan, early doors, fans are going to switch
without doubt.
So it's a big risk if he does it. But you know what? You're probably right. You're probably right. He's going to have to do it, because we can't play the same players 60 games for a season. It's impossible. They'll all be injured by November. So yeah, he's going to be forced to do it. I don't know if we've got enough players in midfield to rotate, because he's got rid of Skip. Mind you, Archie Gray, he'll get minutes, won't he? He'll play Archie Gray. He'll probably play Archie Gray.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Archie Gray will.
And Yang, that Korean lad, comes in January as well, so he's another wing option, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that is what they're going to be there for. I mean, for me, Archie Gray, he's still got to prove himself, basically. And it is going to be some of the Europa games that I think you're going to see him get, where he's going to get shown. Why is it you always get phone calls and messages whenever you decide to go on bloody line? And with that, he's definitely going to have to make some changes, without a doubt. So I do think with the Europa games, you are going to see a change in the players until it gets to the latter stage of it. And that's
you know what? We've got to be careful in Europe, because European managers are far more savvier. They're very savvy managers, right? They know how to pick us off. You know, British teams haven't done well in Europe for quite a while now, and part of it, huh?
Not consistently.
Yeah, and I think part of it is we depend on pace and power, and some star players that we've spent big money on to win games. Whereas the European teams, you look at a team like Atalanta, they won the Europa Cup, and they're played by Leverkusen in the final. So the two finalists, not a lot of money spent, players in, players out. It's down to the tactical nous of the manager that sets them up and gets them playing a certain way. And I think we underestimate that because we think, oh, Premier League, we're the dogs bollocks. Yeah, whatever, we'll take on whoever. Really? Well, we go out to Dynamo Kievs and Genks and Gents and all these teams. There's a reason. They know how to set up. You've got to be on it. Like when you play these teams in Europe, you've got to pretend you're playing Man City. Like we're playing Arsenal, we're playing Liverpool at Anfield. That's how you've got to treat it. You know, one of these teams knocked out Liverpool last season. So, you know, if you make too many changes, our tactics already, we know, can be picked off. If you weaken the team as well, shock horror, we're out of Europe. You know, Conte, didn't he crash out of the Conference League after like 5 or 6 games, and because he was rotating, and that's the Conference League, you know.
That is going to be an issue. So, quick question here, and I'm going to come to someone else in a minute on the chat who seems like he's got a lot to say. So, Richie's saying here, so question, what do you think Ange will do against Arsenal? He said Solanke will be back for that game. With Arsenal, I don't think he's going to do nothing particularly different. I think he'll just play the same way because he plays the same way every game. Will Solanke start? If he's only just fit for that one, I don't see it happening. So I think it'd just be pretty much the same way. Maybe, hopefully, he changes a player on the right wing that we're going to come to. What do you reckon?
I think if he starts Solanke, Son's fucked because then he'll force Son out left, and Son's not good out left, like we discussed earlier on. I think against Arsenal, we're going to give them a game. I think we really are going to give Arsenal a game, but we'll lose because set pieces, they'll find a way, and they'll get that 1 or 2. Oh, look, Aston Villa should have scored 2 goals against them. Absolute sitters that they missed.
Yes.
We will create chances, right? We are going to create chances against Arsenal. At home, we will create chances. There's no doubt about it. And we will put 1 or maybe 2 of those in the back of the net. But I think Arsenal are just a better squad than us. They're a better team, and tactically they're better set up, and they can adapt. Whereas we're just going to be gun-ho, go for it, and they will find the way. I don't think they're going to batter us. It's not going to be like 4-0, 3-0. I think there's going to be like 1 goal in it, maybe 3-2, 2-1. But I think we'll lose to them. If we get a draw, Dan, that's bloody good for us. That'd be a really good result. Arsenal they're the real deal, man. They're the real deal.
Yeah, no, they are, and you can't take that away. Right,
but they won't batter us. They're not going to batter us. Nah.
Well, I mean, you could say they didn't batter us in the last game they played us. We basically gave them 3 fucking goals on the bloody plate.
Exactly. And to be fair, that could have been 3-3 if the referee and VAR didn't fuck us over. We should have had a penalty in that game. Not defending the performance, but we should have had a penalty. That could have easily have been 3-3. So this is why I'm not worried about us putting in a bad. We're not going to put in a bad shift against them, but we're just going to fall short.
And okay, with on here, Adrian, if that's how I say your name, you seem to have a lot to say, mate. You seem to have a lot of points to say that we've got wrong, or that Dietrich has got wrong. What I'm going to do, just for you, nobody else, I'm going to put a link on here. If you've got a point to prove or something to say, mate, there you go. Come on and say it. We'll be all ears and willing to listen and discuss the points that you have to say here. Like, I can't understand half of what you say half the time. You need to stop mumbling and upgrade your audio. I'm just offering friendly advice. Okay, fine, that one. But other points you've made up the top, what am I smoking? Well, let's just say I don't smoke it on the bloody show, because that wouldn't be sensible, would it? And if you've got really something to say, mate, and you've really got a point to prove on here, offer is there. Take it up. Let's see if you want to come on here and make a point. So, with what I'm going to say now, I think everyone spoke about it. Everyone knows Johnson. I know they've spoke about it. We've spoke about it on yours. We've spoke about it on others, but I'm still going to bring it up on my one. Johnson, Brenda Johnson. Still, where do we go with this man? Because for me, he's not a little boy anymore. I don't like it when, I mean, how old is he now? 23?
23, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it when people get called a boy at 23. Because to me, most of the time, that's just a bloody excuse. Where does Ange go with Brenda? Because he seems to have a good relationship with him off the pitch, because he must do to get him on the bloody pitch. Either that, or he's got no options, but he has got options. Where the fuck do we go with Brenda?
Sell him. I said it after a couple of months. This guy, I don't get it. And then everyone started saying to me, "Oh, look at his GA. He's got 15 goals." And she says, "Yeah, but against the bottom 10, he goes missing in the big games. Like, what are we doing here, people? Oh, but you can only beat what's in front of you." I said, "Yeah, but in semi-finals and cup finals and league title challenges, you're not playing the bottom 10. You've got to beat the big boys." And he don't show up. His comfort zone is the bottom half of the league because he's average. He's not shit, but he's not top 10 quality. And I went on We Are Tottenham TV and on those fan channel cams, and I said he's a £50 million flop, an absolute waste of money. And I got called every name under the sun: rapist, paedophile, my dad's an alcoholic, my mum shags horse, all sorts, just vile.
Just as people like to say, people just love to say it.
And I'm like, is that your challenge to what I'm saying? I've brought to you facts, I've brought to you evidence as to why I think this, and I'm a paedophile. That's your response. Great, well done. You must be so proud of yourself. And now, 6 months after all that abuse, is Johnson actually good enough? Should we start Johnson? Oh, hello. Six months ago, I was the devil's son. Now everyone's, and they're going to do the same about Timo Werner. I said it's non-negotiable if we sign him. But Dan, I want what's best for Spurs, and I want us to win trophies. And I look at the competition, and I look at the teams we've got to beat, and there's certain caliber of player we must have if we're going to genuinely challenge. None of our rivals would sign this guy. None of our rivals would sign Timo Werner, Veliz, Richarlison. None of them would do this shit. But we do it, and we find anything to praise it, anything to justify it, anything to jump on the bandwagon. And it's almost like I found one stat to prove Johnson is good, but I've ignored 99 stats that prove he's shit. We've got to stop doing this. I don't think he's crap, Dan, but he's not at the level we need. He's an average Premier League footballer. He doesn't have the confidence. He doesn't have the intensity. He doesn't have the gut instinct to see it, feel it, and do it. I don't think he has the technical execution on a consistent level. He doesn't score a variety of goals. He goes missing in the big games. There's a lot about this guy that says to me, you can't handle this level. We made a mistake. 50 million down the toilet. He's not going to come good. He might score the winner against Newcastle and everyone's going to say, Johnson's back. Ha ha, I told you. Then he'll shit the bed against Arsenal, shit the bed against United, shit the bed against Brighton. And I'll be sitting there saying, guys, can you talk to me about what you said about the Newcastle game, please? Because the last 4 games, I've seen something different. And they'll ignore that. He's not good enough, Dan. He's not good enough. And he knows he's not good enough. That's why he hasn't got confidence. The reason he hasn't got confidence is because he knows. Players aren't stupid, right? Well, they can be thick in terms of how they play, but they're not stupid as in they know what people think of them. They know the reality of where they're at. He knows he's not at the level. And Ange constantly backing him and Ange constantly saying there's a lot more to come from him and consistently playing him ahead of other players and not giving other players on the bench the chance. Listen, man, these are the kind of things that will cost us come end of May. Come end of May, these are the discussions we're going to look back at and say, fucking hell, man, we said this in bloody August and September. How has this happened? We're not going to sell him because he costs a lot of money, and we're going to be stuck with him for a couple of years. I would just maybe play him in the easy games in the Carabao Cup because that's his level. And if we play some shit teams in Europe, play him because that's his level. So the best thing we can do is when we play Ipswich, when we play Leicester, when we play Southampton, when we play these types of teams, play him. As soon as we play Brighton, Villa, Newcastle, Man City, Man United, forget it. Forget it. Don't let him anywhere near the team. Don't do it. That's what I think.
Now you see with this one, yeah, still, I'm going to take it to another level, mate. I think he's fucking shit. I think he's fucking awful, mate. I don't even think he's a bottom. He's obviously going to be in the bottom 10 when I say this, but I don't even think he's a bottom 10 player. I think he's a bottom 5 player. I honestly do not rate this man in any standards. I don't think he's got the mentality for it. I think, okay, if he does a couple of good things, he might perk up for a bit, and then he does one bad thing, and then next thing you know, he has to go and get help. I think he's just one of the players, whether you slap him around the face or kiss him on the cheek, he's just going to walk around with a long face. I don't think he can pass for shit. I don't think he can cross for shit. I don't think he can shoot for shit. I mean, Jose made some good points on the show I was on with Adrian and that yesterday. That Nottingham Forest, they played him more as a centre forward, and he put
they did.
Yeah. I can't see him play. There's nothing he has done apart from obviously what he's done at Nottingham Forest. There's nothing he has done at Spurs that I would want that man any near close to being my centre forward. I think the only thing he's got the capability of doing is knocking it past the player and running past the player, like Timo Werner.
Turbo Wiener.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, he's got no ball control. And like I say, that's one thing our team does lack severely, ball control. And what I call ball control is being able to run with that ball on your feet, not just toe punting it forward and running after it. And that's all any of our wingers can really do. I think Johnson is that piss poor. I'd even be contemplating, do I play him in a game against Ghent, for God's sake? I honestly do not rate this man come love nor money.
It's levels, Dan. It's levels. Like this is why I say I don't think he's shit. It's just levels, right? He's 10 times better than we are at football. That's why he's a pro. But at the level we're at, well, look at Joe Rodon, right? He came to Spurs, didn't work out. Multiple managers, none of them wanted to play him. They saw him in training. No. Loan. He goes to Leeds. He's smashing it there. They love him there. He had a cracking season, so much so that they bought him, and they were prepared to sell us Archie Gray, who they thought was a good player for them. They knocked off 10 million so they can get Rodon. That was a big money move for Leeds to be doing that, right? 10 million is a lot of money for Leeds. I spoke the disabled team channel. They're Leeds fans, and I went on their channel, and they were waxing lyrical about Rodon, and they're worried that they're not going to have the 10, 12 million to buy him. And I said, look, if you pay that money, you'll get him, because I know Spurs want to sell him, and I think they'll accept that deal. And they kind of did in the end. He's a good player there, man. Joe Rodon's a really good player, but that's the level. And Brennan Johnson, for me, I think he's a bottom 10 Premier League player. You think he's bottom 5? Fine. Who cares, right? What we agree on is he's not at Spurs level. He's nowhere near Spurs level. And if we're a big 6 club, I don't think Richarlison's Spurs level. I don't think Veliz is. You know, it's not just him. But
no, there's several players.
It's levels, Dan. It's levels.
Right, with something Ange Ball has said here, I've been holding on to this one. My dad is from Nottingham, so I've always followed them. And I tell you now, I never watched them and thought we need Johnson. Actually, I prayed we wouldn't.
Oh, there you go. Mic drop. Poof.
I don't think there's much else to say on it.
No.
I mean, honestly, I think he is that piss poor. I really, really do. For the capability of one of a... I just do not rate him. Okay, stick him at Leicester, stick him at Ipswich, maybe even back at Nottingham Forest. I just, and that's no disrespecting any team. I'm just speaking facts on a team's point. Honestly, I think he's absolute shit.
Every Spurs fan deep down knows he shouldn't be at Spurs. But you get some Spurs fans that are so scared of ever saying anything critical of anything linked to our club, they won't admit it. But behind closed doors, with their closest friends who they trust won't speak out publicly, I bet you they're saying, do you know what? I'm not sure about Johnson, but you'll never hear them say it publicly. Everyone knows it, man. Same with Turbo Wiener. Same thing.
It's like that saying, isn't it? You can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a fucking pig, isn't it?
Yeah.
Honestly.
It still stinks. It still smells.
You know what I mean? It still thrives. It still thrives living in shit. And yeah, okay, maybe I'm being a bit harsh on him, but honest to God, I just do not rate this player in the slightest. I had a big debate with a mate, Mike of mine, who comes on here at time, like on the chat at times. He's a hardcore Liverpool supporter, poor man. But I mean, and he was giving it to me all at the start. No, watch it. Johnson's going to smash it. And a few times, me and him have had debates, and he's got it right. And after I saw him play about 10 games, I'm like, I don't like these players. I personally don't like wingers, whereas all they can do is bloody kick it past them and run. I want it. Okay, if he hasn't got ball control and he gets it past him and runs and crosses the ball, I can deal with that. But he can't do it. I mean, he even has troubles. I mean, like 1 out of every 10 or 15 attempts to drill it across the bloody floor, let alone cross the ball in there. Maybe some will say me and you are being a bit harsher, yeah, but I just do not rate this player in the slightest.
Dan, I've got a bet with Brian Daigle, right? Tottenham on tour. Shout out to them. Mm-hmm. I've got a bet with Brian Daigle because he's defended him and backed him and says he's going to come good. I've got a bet with him that by January, if he hasn't done it, he's going to come out and say, I got it wrong. Stell was right. I can't back it no more. If the opposite happens, I'm going to publicly come out and say, I was wrong. Brian Daigle got it right. Brian's the GOAT. I don't know what I'm talking about, right? So we've got a bet on. We made a bet over the summer on this one because we've got the complete opposite opinion on him. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens come January. If we sell him, we're both fucked. Well, I'll be happy if we sell him, but we're not going to sell him.
Right. What's Billy Guy saying here? First, of course, shout him. First year when Son came here from Germany, he got hammered by our own fans, big time. And sometimes in football, we never know what's going to happen in the long run. Of course, you don't know what's going to happen.
He was fantastic at Bayer Leverkusen in the top flight of German football. Stop this.
But when he first came here, his first season wasn't great, and there was rumours that he actually wanted to leave because he didn't get played enough. But then it all came good. But sorry, mate. If what you're saying, if I take this the right way, if you are trying to compare Johnson to Son of what Johnson could be capable of, no, just no.
Dan,
maybe
do you know what
you said? Go
on. Dan, do you know what this is, right? He's come from another country. Some players, when they come from abroad, and he's come to a different culture as well, they need a bit of time to adapt, right? Not all players, like Van de Ven came, boom, no problem. Some players, Dennis Bergkamp needed a season. Dennis Bergkamp, right? So that just sometimes happens. But I'm not going to have it. When you've been playing in the Premier League and you go to the Premier League, there's no excuses. It's like players that say to me, oh, give Solanke time. Time for what? You told me he banged in 19 goals in the Premier League. He's oven ready. Why must I wait for players like Solanke to settle in? Bullshit. I'm not having it.
Give him
you
a
can't
game
just
or
give
two.
everyone grace. I'll give them time. Yeah, look, a couple of weeks, all right, Dan. Fair play.
Yeah.
But when you come from a different country, a different style of football, different pace, a different culture, a different language, they need longer, in my view. But when you come from the Premier League, you speak the language, you've got experience. Bollocks! You don't need 3, 6, 9 months. Why? We spent 50 million on Johnson. so that we can wait. We spent what, 20 million on Son? Come on, like I don't think it's a fair comparison. I mean, what do you think?
No, not at all. It's not a fair comparison at all. I can get it. A player comes over it. I mean, if you're paying 60, 70 million for a player, you do expect him to land on his feet, yeah. But coming over from another country, and if you definitely don't speak the language and everything else, and that can be quite intimidating for the best of people. And it can take them time to settle in. But when you're going and paying 50 million for a player that's already got a year's Premiership experience, or 65 million for a player that's got quite a few years Premiership experience and Championship experience, and had the last season of banging in 19 goals, okay, it might take him a little bit of time to adapt to a style. I give him 4 weeks, sort of thing, at the most. But I still expect, I expect him to be scoring by his 3rd or 4th game. We've paid 65 million for the man. I mean, I think Philly 2109 makes a brilliant point here. Big up Danny, Stell, and everyone on the chat. Happy bank holiday. Oh, we're talking about Brennan Johnson, new piece of deadwood. Imagine paying more for Johnson than Palmer, Calafiore, and McAllister. What can you say?
There's nothing I can say. I just want to quickly jump on something. There's a few people in the comments digging out Brian Daigle. I just want to say something. If the shit hits the fan with Ange, I just want to call it out now because I can see it. Brian Daigle will be on a plane, front line, at the training ground and the stadium, Levy out protesting. Mark my words. So don't dig out Brian just because he's got a different view on Brennan Johnson, right? He will be at the front line if the shit hits the fan. Mark my words on that one. So karma, people, karma.
Yeah. I mean, Brian is one of the most reliable, one of the most passionate Spurs fans I have ever met on this planet. And we can't always get everything right.
He's deluded on Brennan Johnson, right?
we all have been on a player. There's always been a player that you've sat there and think, I think he can come good. I think he can.
He's deluded on Brennan Johnson, but he's diehard Levy out. He's diehard Levy out, man. Believe me, hardcore.
I mean, if you don't know that Brian is hardcore Levy out, then you obviously don't watch.
Religious, man. It's a religion.
Yeah, you obviously don't watch much of it. So, one I'm going to go to now is what you've done a show. Let me start again. It's what you did a show on last night, and I sent you a message after it because I was on a show with Adrian, Jose, and Ian, a couple of others, and I watched your show after. And personally, good show, mate. I think you hit the nail on the bloody head. I think you hit the nail on the head. Right. What's his name? Odobert. Now, I wanted to bring up on this today. I already had it in my head what I was going to do, what you basically done last night. So you basically beat me to it. Why is it whenever we get a player that all of a sudden comes on the pitch and does a couple of good things, we've now bought the best thing since sliced fucking bread? Now, for me, Odobert, I think he had a respectful game for his first game at Spurs. I like the way he seems to have more ball control than than definitely anybody else we've got up front. He looks more comfortable with the ball at his feet. He always wanted the ball. He was always up for going forward. He attempted taking on his man several times, failed majority of the time, but he attempted to do it. He didn't just look at it, shit himself like Johnson and pass the ball back. His passing was pretty poor. His crossing was pretty abysmal, if you want to be blatantly honest with the stats. But I thought it looks like there could be something there. But how so many people that I've seen everywhere all of a sudden just turn up that we have just gone and bought the next Ronaldo or the next Messi. They're just two players I use as an example. I just can't get my head around that one. I was one of the first who said it to a few people on WhatsApp, sent you the message, spoke to Brian Dietrich about it. I think it looks like there's a chance of a player there. Time will tell. I think there's a lot of work he needs to have done to him, but he is only 19 in that position, and I just do feel he looked comfortable on the ball. But what did he actually do that was so special that made it that people just literally well, the way the people went over him, they needed more than one tissue, if you get what I mean. It was pretty messy the way people got over him. So, so in that aspect, you know, stuff it, get out the fucking toilet paper, not just one tissue, because it's a messy situation.
Lord of mercy, Lord of mercy.
So I think everyone who saw your show knows it, but we're on this one. Your side of it, mate.
Yeah, well, let me get my tissues. So no.
I think you need toilet paper, mate, or baby wipes.
Well, you're a professional, you know. No,
I just said I feel with that one. Anyway, back to the football.
Look, I'm going to treat Odegaard just like I've treated Gray and Bergvall, right? I'm not going to say they're great. I'm not going to say they're shit. I'm going to say I want to see them play in a Spurs kit for Tottenham for 10, 15 games in the Premier League, and then I'll tell you what I think. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I saw enough from Bergvall pre-season to say with confidence, I think we've got a good player here. I hope he can deliver in the Premier League the way he did in pre-season, because this is the first kind of glimpse I've had of him. Archie Gray, I don't think he's ready yet. I've not seen anything about Odegaard for me to make any assessment. So I judged him on one game and I said, I need to see him play 10 games and then I'll tell you what I think. In fact, the next 6 games, if he plays, I'll be able to assess because we've got some big games coming up. What I did say was this, though. Just off one game in a Spurs shirt, he didn't do anything. And everyone started waxing lyrical. You've got one channel where they're saying he was magnificent. You've got a big YouTube account, social media account saying he was brilliant. And then I asked the question, magnificent at what? Brilliant at what? Dribbling, he had a 66% failure rate. Crossing, all his crosses were inaccurate. Shooting, no shots on target. Crosses to a Spurs player in the box, 0. What did he do good at? But look at his jewels. Okay, he defended well. Is that why we bought him as a forward? No. So, yes, he was energetic. Yes, he showed confidence saying, give me the ball, I want the ball, which is more than what any of our other wingers do. So in terms of confidence shown and energy, great. But if you give a kid a bag of sweets, they'll show you energy and confidence, right? So as a footballer, I didn't see anything to say, wow, brilliant, magnificent. But I didn't see anything to say, you're shit, you're crap, I don't want you at the club. I just want to see him play 10 games, Dan, and then I'll tell you what I really think about him. But the way people bigged him up and said he did all these things that he did not do, he didn't do any of it. I even went home, watched the game on TV, and it matched what I saw in the stadium. And then I looked at all the stats, and it backed it up again. So I used 3 things. I watched the game live in the ground, I watched it on TV afterwards, and I looked at the stats, and it all backed up what I thought. 0 end product. High energy. But it's one game. And bear in mind, he was up against a fullback for Everton that stepped in because of injuries, making his debut. So he actually played against an easy opponent, Dan. But again, it's one game. Let's see what happens. I'm not writing him off at all. But I'm not going to big him up like we've just signed fucking Messi or Iron Robin or the next Gareth Bale. It's nuts. There's people on Facebook, and I clipped it and I put it online, saying, we found our new Aaron Lennon. Based on what?
You ask these
folks, what are you basing this on? They can't answer it. Oh, you're blind. No, I never asked you what you think of me. I'm asking you, what are you basing that he's really good at? Tell me. He's dribbling. 2 successful dribbles out of 6. Oh, come on. Come on, what? Look at what he did. I'm asking you, what did he do? Dan, they can't answer it. They literally cannot answer it. So, look, I'm not writing him. He's a kid. He's 19. I reckon, he might turn out to be good. He might not. All I'm saying is, I don't know. But I'm not going to sit there saying we've just signed Cristiano Ronaldo.
And that is another thing we are renowned for. We are known for it. As soon as a player does one thing right, we make him out to be the dog's bollocks. Is that just where we are as a whole in general, that deluded as a fan base? Or is it just that we are just so much hope and praying? It's like, I mean, I do the Euros every Tuesday, Friday without fail. And yeah, I win £7 here and there. When I was younger, I actually done quite well. I was 18, I won 6.5 grand. And that was like the equivalent of winning like 15 grand now. But to the point, you get those 1 or 2 numbers and you're like, yes, I'm going to win it next week without fail. That is like what we are like with young players that we get in, or just players in general, where they have one. He didn't even have a great game. I mean, like I said, for me, he was respectable on the pitch, and I like what he tried to do. He looked comfortable on the ball. He wanted the ball. He was always asking for it, always energetic. I think he had a respectful first game. But all this about how he's the next Aaron Lennon and he's the next this and he's going to be the dog's bollocks and he's going to be this. Calm down, some people. Fucking hell, mate. I mean, people say, like, what you're smoking? Like, well, maybe some people need to smoke something and chill out. Honestly, I just can't see how people make it out that a player is that spectacular when he actually didn't do that much as the end product. Like a lot of our.
So Dan, I'm just going to jump off for 5 minutes. Are you still going to be on?
Yeah, mate. That's not a problem.
Give me 5 minutes. I'll come back. I've just got to sort something out. All right. Sorry about everyone watching the live show about this.
And with this, I just don't get why everybody has to big it up so much. Okay, if he came on and he scored a hat trick and set up 4 goals and everything, I'd see the point on people saying, yes, mate, this fella looks the real kettle of fish. He looks the bollocks. But he didn't. He looked respectable. So why can't we just say he looked respectable? Eugene, how we doing, mate?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Brenda! Brenda! My God.
You're not driving while you do that, mate.
I'm driving. Yeah, just coming out of the car park. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I haven't done this in a long time. I used to drive and do shows, when we go back way back. Stella should know that, right? I used to do that a lot. And I used to drive back home on the way back from work. Hi, Stella, how you doing?
Yeah, this is old school.
Yeah, it is old school, right? Yeah, you lost some weight, Stella.
I think I'm putting it back on though. I was eating a lot of barbecue in America. I need to go back to the gym. But yeah, thank you, man. How you doing? You right, Eugene? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I just finished work off on my shift. Yeah, I had to jump on. Right. Guys, of course, right. The 4-0 win was good, but it still papers over the cracks because, guys, Everton, come on. They didn't even give us a threat. And they even had 10 shots at goal. 10 attempts at us. Right? And we looked nervous whenever we were defending corners and all that. It is what it is. And of course, the older bear debacle that we're having now, overhyping. We are Spurs fans. We know that there are a lot of Spurs fans who are, how would you say, deluded? Like what Stan's been saying, right? We're in the deluded pandemic now for Spurs fans, right? When a new player comes in and, on the left wing, and then if he goes forward a bit and he takes on his players about once or twice, even not successfully, right? It's brilliant. It's magnificent. But what to do, guys? They're all having PTSD. You get what I'm saying? It's all this Stockholm syndrome, PTSD kind of scenario that we all been going through. And that's why I haven't been doing shows for some time, is because that it's the same old, guys. Haven't we seen this before? It's Groundhog's Day, right? It repeats itself over and over again. We've been lied to over and over again. Ange is a yes man. And the best part, what I've seen against Everton was, Ange didn't even bring on Turbo Wiener. He was on the bench. 165k per week, and he's on the bench. Think about it. Right? So, let's see. The window hasn't closed yet, right? I've been hearing that there are links that we are linked to Phil Foden. Phil Foden. There must be a joke there. Right.
On the comment here, I'll bring up Simply Stu. Big up to you, mate. Doesn't every club have that regarding a new player, though, Dan? No, they don't. Not like Spurs do. Not like we do. I mean, yeah, there's certain, just not to the extent that we do. I personally don't think you'd see Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, even West Ham supporters go absolutely stupid over what Odegaard did. Again,
the thing is,
nobody is dissing him. Nobody's slating him. And this is the thing that everyone thinks we do. We just rip into the players, this and that. No, as all we try and add to it. Me, you, Eugene, Dietrich, Sava, Maz. The list can go on and on. Sorry if I've missed a few names, but the list can go on. Michael, Poland, the list can go on. As all we try and do is look at things in reality. And sorry, reality isn't always the positive way. And in reality, he had an all right game. And that is that. He was not the dog's bollocks. His end product was near just not there. But I think he had a respectable game for a 19-year-old who does have a season in the Premiership for his first game with Spurs. And I'd still rather start in the next game than start Timo fucking Werner if that's what the option is. I mean, personally, I'd rather put me still or Eugene now. I think we do a better bloody job. But he was respectable. Why can't people just put it? Why can't Spurs supporters, the worst of the worst is what we are at this year. I don't know another club that are worse than us. Maybe similar, but nowhere near worse. Why is it every time we get a young player who plays a game and does one or two things right, he's the dog's bollocks?
I think. Sorry, stop.
Go.
What I think is right. Being a Spurs fan, we've been deprived of quality for so long. So whenever a young potential player comes in, the word is always potential. You understand what I'm saying, guys? We don't buy the ready-made quality that we hope that will bring us to the next level. We always buy those potential. So we've been through all these potential signings, right? That we are hoping that it's going to bring us through. So to cover our pain and what called disappointment, right? And we know, like we always know, right? Levy is still in charge of transfer window. He has never left. He has never given up that that power, right? Or given up that that part of the job, right? To somebody who is more capable than him. That's why we're still buying shit. Right? Richarlison, £60 million down the drain. And he doesn't even want to go to Saudi. My God, if I was Levy, I would have kicked him out the door. Right? We paid £50 million for Brenda, right? What has he done? Right? That whole game, right? On Saturday, we were more or less considered perfect because it was a 4-0 win, right? But what I saw Brenda do on the right wing, right, was nothing. And for £50 million for nothing. So this is what Spurs fans are now, right? We are just covering up emotions, right? It's all just false positivity that we have to try to hide the real pain that we are actually in. So sad to say, it is what it is. Like what Steph is saying, the next 6 games will be the real test, right? You will up the London Derby, right? And if we do a bit well there, then the illusion goes on. You get what I'm saying? But if we don't, right, if we screw up, then they'll give excuses against. We've always been giving excuses. So it's all a big cycle going round and round again because number one, like we all know, right? The reality part is that we are not a football club. We are just a football business. That's all. We have to come to accept that. And more or less, I've been zen about this whole summer transfer window, whoever that we're linked with, if we do get him, we get him. If we don't, so what? And the style that Ange is playing, we can't defend. That's all. And any better team that plays against us, right, that knows how to take advantage of what we've been lacking of from last season till now, they'll tear us apart. And I'm afraid for the Arsenal game, to tell the truth. I'm really afraid because Arsenal this year, right, shows a certain kind of determination, right, where they're like going for it, you know. And even when they're not playing well, they're coming up with scorelines like 2-0, 2-0. They weren't playing well in the first game. They should have been 2-0 down against Aston Villa somehow with the luck that they had that Watkins misses an open goal, right? 2 times, or even 1 time. So it could be their turn, but of course there's always M-City with Haaland scoring a hat-trick whenever he likes, right? So, oh yeah, guys, Madueke scored a hat-trick too, right? Remember where he came from? I'm laughing at that now. That's all I can say.
But Eugene, the actual question was, before you went into the whole thing, is why are we so delusional over a player just because he does 1 or 2 things right on the pitch on his first game?
That's what I'm saying. We have to cover our emotions, the true emotions that we have inside, right? And like a lot of people say that if we keep being like this, right, you get more stress. But the thing is that some people have to handle their things the way they want to handle. Like for us, right, we are realists, you know? We tell it as it is, right? Odegaard wasn't fantastic, wasn't magnificent, but for being a 19-year-old, and like you were saying, right, he did well, all right?
Mm-hmm.
He shows promise, and there is potential in his first game. That's all. Right?
And that was that, wasn't it?
Yeah, simple.
But people made it out on X, on other YouTube channels that I did check out because people told me to have a quick look at them. I'm not going to go into names or nothing and that. And people did make him out like he was the fucking dog's bollocks. And I'm just like, and then it's like, oh, you're just negative, or oh, you're just slating the player. You never get behind a Spurs player. You never get behind our manager. You just do this to get likes and whatever. Tell the truth, I couldn't give a toss about likes and whatever and that. Yeah, it's all nice if I get them and the subscriptions and that, but I cannot go on a channel, on anybody's channel, or even speak to someone down the pub about, not just about football, about anything, and just tell them what they want to hear. I can't do it. I just cannot naturally do it. It is a default of mine, if you want to call it. At times I've been told I've got no empathy, no this, no that, narcissistic, whatever. No, I just say it how I see it, and it doesn't always come across the best way. But if you want an honest answer, just ask me the fucking question. I will give you an honest answer. He was respectable for what he did. He was okay. Let's see what he can do in the next 10, 15 games. I mean, and a lot of the questions you get with it as well. Same as Stel says, same as Saba says, same as Maz says, same as I go through the list again of everybody who does the shows and that, Alex, whatever, you. If you've got that much to debate with me and I'm that wrong, then come on my show and invite me on your show and I'll debate it with you. But people just don't want to see it. A lot of people just seem to only want to hear the good stuff, which is always nice hearing the good stuff. We always like to hear the good stuff. But a lot of people just don't seem to like to accept hardcore facts about Tottenham. I mean, a lot of football comes to opinion. We know that, yeah? But a lot of it also comes down to facts.
Yeah. No, but we know our fan base to a certain extent. There is I mean, everyone is entitled to their own opinion, how they want to feel, how they want to express themselves, right? But the truth is the truth, right? Like in the end of the day, we will just have to sit back and wait and see what kind of results come out of this. You get what I'm saying? So for me, it's like now is that I've got this weird feeling, right? We might draw the next 6 games that we are up against. That's all I got this feeling, right? But it doesn't bring us any further, you know. But the thing is that, how would you say this at this time? A lot of people now, of course, they want to be positive, right? They will say that, oh, I'm going all out to support the players, support the manager, right? And we can't say anything bad about it. We can't criticize. That's the worst part, right? We can't criticize, we can't give an honest opinion. So if I can say that I will accept anybody's opinion, you want to say he's magnificent, you want to say he's, brilliant, whatever, it's your opinion, fair, right? But if I'm going to say that, okay, I'm going to wait and see. He's a 19-year-old boy. He did well for his debut, right? He has a lot to prove. That's how I'm going to say it, right? To me, and that's my opinion. And that doesn't mean I'm negative. I'm not a Spurs supporter and all that, right? But we've been through this before, okay? Because to tell the truth, he's 19 years old. Is he going to turn into a world-class player within the next 2 weeks? Of course not, right? We might have to give him a year or two, Players like Archie Gray, Bergwall, Bergwall has the higher potential to actually turn into somebody, how would you say? With the potential to be world-class, right? Will Archie Gray be that? We don't know, right? Will Odebear be that? We don't know. So we'll just have to sit back and see. But we do know that we need quality players. But the problem is that we have not signed any quality players in this transfer window, right? The players that we were, the Eze's, the Chiesa, the Calafiori's, right? And then to tell the truth, we spent 65 million on Dominic Solanke. To tell the truth, right? Last season when Dominic Solanke would score his 19 or 21 goals, right? Overall, right? I said I wouldn't mind having him here at Spurs. But the problem was, for 65 million, come on, guys. I'm very suspicious whenever money's being spent like that, That's what I'm saying. There are a lot of brown envelopes going around. That's all I can say, Brown envelopes in the transfer windows.
Right? But on one side of it, though, like I was saying at the start of my show, Eugene, as all we can do is count against who we've played against. And yes, Everton were fucking shit. We know that. But we got the job done. Unlike what we did at Leicester. And we didn't concede a goal. So you do look at the positive sides of it. And a lot of the players looked a lot more up for the game, basically. I mean, there's a few more points I want to bring up on here. Going to wait for Stell to come back on because I'm sure he's going to have an opinion with this as well. But there's a few things going on at the moment. So I'll go with you first. This Amanda Stavely, the one who was, if that's how you say her second name, the one who was at Newcastle, had a 500 million part of it. It's now coming up on the news again, very much so. There's two teams she's very, very interested in. And that is Tottenham and that is West Ham. Now, what do you think the chances are of her actually stepping into Spurs and putting 500 million on the table? And if she does, where do you think that can take us? Will it actually even do anything for us?
All right, this is very simple, right? What I think I read the other day is not 500 million pounds. I think it was something like 650 million pounds that she's willing to invest into Spurs. But that money, right? Honestly, guys, it's not all hers. It's coming from a consortium, right? From the Middle East again. So, number one, will Daniel Levy accept it? That's to be seen. Okay, that's one thing. The other thing is, right? How are these people coming in as investors? Will they be? Let me see. Let me put this off first while I walk around. Will they be coming in as, silent partners? And you must always remember, right? If you invest in Spurs, right, there is no return of investment. There is no ROI unless Daniel Levy can promise these, investors coming in, right, a certain amount of returns in don't know how many years, right? Who's going to put in 650 million pounds, right, and get nothing out of it, and you can't even have a stay in the club. So if this does happen, right, number one is that is this, how we say, is this consortium buying over Joe Lewis's share in ENIC, or are they pumping in money to dilute the shareholdings of ENIC and the other shareholders? Because this is all about corporate, and you're talking about finance again. That is another thing.
That is what I think, Eugene, it is more about. I mean, she's going to have to put in a lot more money than that if she wants to buy Lewis out. I mean, because he's the main owner of the club. I mean, what is it? He owns, is it 80% or 75% of the club? Something along those lines.
Lewis
So
owns
she's gonna
about Lewis owns 70% of ENIC. ENIC owns 86.5 or 7% of the
he's
whole
the main
of
owner of the club. Either way,
Yeah.
whatever we say, he's the main owner. If someone bought him out, that would almost knock Levy out in the aspect of Levy would still have money in the club, but he wouldn't have really a say of what goes on compared to the person who owns it good and proper. I personally think if the woman goes and does this, it's more of a thing that the Spurs are just going to get bigger and bigger, just not at the football. Spurs are going to get bigger and bigger as a business. Like once we've got those hotels built and once we've got the other things done, and I'm sure there's other stuff that he's got planned on. And I'm surprised if he don't try and buy half of North London. And I think she's just putting the money in to get the shares, basically. Because when she puts her money in to get the shares and the Spurs get bigger, her shares get worth more money. And then she waits a certain time. This is what you do with shares. And then you sell them off when the big money comes in. It's something I'm going to have to wait and see. Will it happen? Who knows? But I'm seeing it. It's been going about on the news for a while, and it's been coming up for a little while. So, what do you reckon the chances are that this happens?
Oh, like I said, whenever you talk about deals like this, right, it's not going to be so simple and direct because, like I've been saying, we do not know whether this money, which is coming in, whether it's going to buy out a certain percentage of shares from the tranche which Joe Lewis holds, which I hope it is in that scenario, because if it's in that scenario, right, that means this consortium, right, is slowly taking over that 70% which Lewis holds, right, and most probably, let's say by in maybe 3 or 4 years time, right, they will actually be in control of the club, and maybe by then somebody will be like, no, Daniel Levy might have to appoint a co-chairman or a vice chairman, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that might take us in a different direction. And because whether this money is being pumped in to buy over shares of the ENIC group, or whether this money is being pumped in for the benefit of Tottenham Hotspur, that I do not know, right? Because we know Levy is desperate for money. Because, like you said, he's got so many property projects going on at this moment in time, he needs the cash, right? And if he goes out and take another loan, right, against the club again to build his property portfolio, and if he doesn't do it right, it could turn out to be a very, very, messy kind of a financial scenario. That's all I can say. Right.
I can just totally agree with you on that. That is the thing. I just don't see where it'd take us personally, because Levy has spent the money and Ange has been technically, if you want to put it technically, the most looked after manager that we've probably ever had. And with just a couple of things that people said on the side here, like what Alan's saying here, it's all just a smokescreen, another PR used to take the spotlight off Levy. Mate, it really wouldn't surprise me if it is, because that is one thing we are renowned for. That is one thing that Levy is extremely fucking good at, and that is taking the pressure off his own shoulder, diverting it somewhere else for the meantime, and then when it comes back onto his other shoulder, and then it's on both his shoulders, he seems to be very good at doing it again. And he's just the bollocks at it, simple as. The bloke, I mean, I don't want to get too much into the Levy one, because then we could be on here for the rest of the day. I mean, and what Anthony's saying here, how can the richest club in London need investment to spend money on more players? I don't think it's the investment to spend money on more players. With that one,
guys, I've been saying,
go on.
I've been saying this, right, when the financial reports came out last June, and I've been saying this: we don't have that much money to spend on players, honestly, because I've been seeing the last financial report. That's why Levy needs this investment. He needs this investment, right? Number one, right, because he's already put in £400 million in the last 2 years, right? if I'm not mistaken, or is it 350 million pounds? Yeah, 350 million pounds, more or less, right? Just to support Ange. Okay, guys. So he's tapped out. I can see actually he's tapped out. That's why he's looking for investors. Do you think he really wants other people to put money in? And after that, he knows that if people put money in, right, they want to have a say. Bro, I'm putting what? Nearly £750 million, £1 billion into your club, and I can't have a say. I can't appoint directors. No way, man. And to tell the truth, if Amanda comes in, right, she will want to be on the board of directors, right? I'm going to put in 650 million pounds, right, and not be on the board of directors. I will be on the board of directors. Will Levy allow that? You get what I'm saying? Now?
That is a very good point of it. But Eugene, we have spent on the lines of 370 odd million since Ange has been at the club. We have spent more than any other team in the Premiership since Ange has been here. So surely there's not that much of a problem on spending money on players, because we've shown that we can do it. It's just the crap that we seem to spend it on.
No, but I'm saying, yeah, I know we have the money to spend it, but the problem is that we've maybe tapped out on our cash reserve. You get what I'm saying? That is the one part that we have to look into to see why all of a sudden we need investors. That's what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying? You know, if we don't need the investors, are they coming in to actually invest into the football, or are the investors coming in to invest, right, into the property side of the business? The property side of the business.
Okay, Stel, I'll come over to you. That Amanda Staveley from Newcastle, I've seen this going on for a while. We all know it's probably just hitting hopes, this and that, and a load of bullshit, but it is on the news and it is starting to come up regular on pages. She's willing to stick her shares into Spurs, or she's actually looking at West Ham now. I mean, what are the chances of this happening, of her sticking her shares into Spurs? Why would she be doing it? And what would be the point, basically? Would there be a positive for us out of it, or would it just be just another thing that someone's sticking shares in to get a bit more money?
If Daniel Levy remains the chairman, or if ENIC remain the majority shareholder, it means fuck all. It's a bit like when fans got excited. Oh, Scott Munn's coming, Lange, data analytics, Levy's handing over control. Bollocks. Absolute rubbish. If it was my business and I was the majority shareholder, I want control over what's going on in my business. So she comes in and takes a percentage stake, but the majority control is not hers. It means nothing. She's just coming in as an investor because she sees a financial opportunity. She's a businesswoman. She's not here for anything more than that. Now, if she comes in and takes a control, significant control, where she has got 51% or more, now she might be looking at it as an investment, and I want to make Tottenham successful, but we will never know that. There's no guarantees with whoever takes over the club. But just taking over a percentage share, she's in it for the money, man. Why else would you? If you had £300 million, Dan, why would you put it into not even have control of the club? It's because you think that 300 million could become 400 million or 500 million, or the dividends or the cash flow. Yeah. So listen, it means nothing to me. It's not like where Sir Jim Ratcliffe, he went into Man United, but part of the agreement was he would have control over the football matters, and they're going to put in a plan. And there's clearly a long-term plan there where he's going to end up taking over the club, him and his consortium. They will eventually take it off the Glazers. If she comes in with, if she gets 30% or more, then I would say there's a long-term view to buy the club, because she's got links from what I've read in the Middle East, and there's a lot of money there. If she comes in and buys like 10, mega money. But if she comes in and takes 10, 15%, give a shit. I mean, there are shareholders now that own, I believe, 14% of the club. There's individuals that have got shares. Yeah, big deal. What have they done? Nothing. They're in it for the money. So
No, still, remember Ian
as it stands now, Dan, as it stands now, it's just another story for fans to talk about, nothing more.
That's pretty much
Still,
how I see
remember
it.
Ian?
Because hang on a
Remember-
sec, Eugene. Hang on a sec. Because I've messed about in shares in my life, sort of thing. Never done nothing massive, but way I've always done it is you go through the share system and that, and you see one, you think, yes, that's going to go up, and why it's at a lower price. You put the money in on your shares, leave it a couple of weeks, leave it a couple of months. The shares go up, you sell them straight away, and then you go on to the next bit. I've only ever done it with little stuff and that, but also made a bit of money out of it at times as well. And that is pretty much what you do with shares, isn't it? And Spurs, it's like I've said to people, Spurs, everything is there. Everything is there for the taking, for the waiting. The only thing we don't do is concentrate on the football side. When it comes to the stadium, of the money you get out of the stadium on a daily basis, I think, what is it, on every game we play, we make more than pretty much every club in England, more than Man U and Liverpool on a match day. And we do it over, what is it, the majority of big clubs in Europe on a match day. And then we have the events going off outside the club. Then we've got our little go-kart track underneath us. We've got the deal with the NFL. And then we're also building the hotels. So the price of the club, what Levy has done an excellent job, is just going to go up and up and up and up. So the shares are just going to go up as well. So if she's just doing it for the shares, which I could see it in that, Spurs would be a sensible thing to put your shares in. Because even though that we just do nothing on the football side of it, which we don't even deserve to be ranked in the top 30 teams in the world as far as I'm concerned, or even top 50 for what we failed to do in 30 years. What is it, 2 cups, 30 years? But on the other side of it, we're up there with the big boys as such, purely because of the income that we make. And I suppose on her side, if I was going to stick 500 million in a football club, purely for the money side of it, Spurs would probably be the first club I go to.
Spurs is the safest bet. Spurs is the safest bet, but it's not the best bet. The best bet is an undervalued asset. So when Abramovich bought Chelsea for not much, or when Levy bought Spurs for 100 million, but they could see the potential to scale it, they're the best investments. But Spurs, you can't, there's not much more scope for scale. There's room, but not, well, unless we have a massive new contract with the NFL, that takes us to a completely different level. That will make us the biggest club in the world. You know that? We will be bigger than Real Madrid as a sports business if we go into the NFL as a franchise. No doubt about it. That, now, if she comes in and she knows that's going to happen, makes total sense. But you're better off buying a club like, I don't know, who's in London that's undervalued, a Millwall, a Crystal Palace, because you'll get it on the cheap.
Charlton.
And if you can turn that into a Tottenham or a West Ham, that's what Levy did. Levy bought the club for 100 million. It's now worth 4 billion.
Guys, hold on. When you talk about shares, right? These are private.
But that's a riskier.
Shares.
That's a riskier investment. It's a riskier investment.
We must always remember these are private shares, right? These are not listed shares on the stock market or anything. You just can't go out and sell them. You can say so. No matter what you do, right? That's okay. Remember I was saying about Ian Lubin. Ian Lubin is a shareholder of Tottenham Hotspur. Remember he was on one of your shows before, Stel, right? Yeah. He told me, right, at the moment, right, what the club value their shares are, right, it's like 55p a share. And there's something like 250 million shares or something like that going around.
But it depends what type of shares they are, Eugene. You've got
I understand
A shares, B shares, C shares, preference shares. So it depends what type of shares she buys.
But the thing is that what I'm talking about, what Amanda is coming into now, I would love for her to come in.
Ian can sell his shares. Ian Lubin can sell his shares.
But he only can sell his shares to another private buyer. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. So
he can sell his shares.
Yeah. If I was Amanda, right, I would go out there, right, and take up all those shares because according to Ian, right, a buddy of Daniel Levy holds a bulk of that 13% shares, which is out there.
Yeah, probably.
It is. And that is, he was saying, the guy owns an airline. I can't remember one of the other airlines. So he said he's a buddy of Daniel Levy who owns the other bulk of the 13% shares. So unless Amanda comes in. I would love for Amanda to come in. You know why? Because she's putting her foot into the door, right, to slowly take over ENIC. That could be part of it, right? And to tell the truth, right, like I was telling Dan earlier, if I'm going to put in 500 million pounds into an investment, right, I would want back a return. You can see not. I'm not just going to sit there and put in 500 million pounds and not have a return plan. You can. Nobody would do that. You know. That's what I can say. But,
but no, no, you're right. You're right. There has to be a return plan. But the thing is, we don't know what the motive is. What for her to want to buy means the club have tried to sell it to her as well. She hasn't knocked on the front door and said, "Hi,
yeah.
I want to buy shares in your company." I'm sure that the club, to high net worth individuals, have said, "Look, it's been in the news that Daniel Levy's looking for outside investors, right?
Yep.
Right. For what? For what? We know there's a big plan to gentrify Tottenham, housing, cinemas, hotels.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to be investing in a property portfolio?
Most probably,
are they investing in? Have they got inside knowledge of plans to launch the Hurricane Hotspurs in the NFL? Are we about to become a European basketball team? We don't know. We don't know. Like, they keep this shit quiet. We're the last ones to find out. She will know more than us. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare put your money into it.
Okay, you got a quick question here, Stel, off Bad Ganasha. Bigger than Real Madrid. Can you explain that again?
As a sporting business, if Spurs become an NFL franchise they eclipse everyone. Yeah. Name another sports organization that's got a football club in the biggest league in the world and who's got an NFL team in the only American football league in the world. So you've got a global market of billions, then you've got the NFL global market of billions, two of the biggest sports in the world, and you've got a club in both. That's bigger than anyone as a business. Does that make us a bigger football club? No, because we don't win anything. But as a business, we become unreal. We become we are the biggest in the world.
Yeah, true. And after that, most probably we'll get an NBA team in, and after that we'll get the baseball come in, right? And then we'll rule the world and still win nothing.
If Spurs, probably. If Spurs launched an NFL team, I'll tell you exactly what will happen. Within 5 years, Real Madrid will launch an NFL team as well.
That's true.
Yeah.
And
the Man City group will launch the City Group NFL team. And before you know it, there'll be 5, 6, 7 teams from Europe who are part of the NFL. And the NFL will love it because they'll tap into the football market, the soccer market that they don't really touch. And that market is bigger than the NFL. The global football market is bigger. But the NFL, the money in the NFL is bonkers. Mega money in the NFL.
But it's like what you said, but the biggest sport on the planet, money-wise, overall, is football. It is actually bigger than NFL. NFL is the second. But the money they put into it as well, we get into that as well.
Dan, I just want to clarify on this.
Stupid. Go on.
The global football market is bigger than the NFL, but the NFL league is bigger than the Premier League.
That's true. The money.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying.
In terms of leagues,
the football,
they're bigger. Yeah,
the football world is the biggest sport on the planet.
Yeah,
easily. Basically hands down.
Not even a contest.
Right. So last point I'm going to get to because somebody wants to use the kitchen. I've seen it coming up for a couple of days now, and I must admit this is pissing me right off to the extent that if this happens, I am not going to be a happy person. Locatelli. Now, Tony Rodriguez, who 9 times out of 10 comes on here, has been saying for a long time Locatelli is a player he'd love to go for. I always agreed with him, but I said not a chance. Juventus ain't going to let a player like that go. It looks like they're letting a player like that go. And his price is meant to be between 20 and 35 million. So let's just say 30 million for the sake of a couple of million. The offer is there for the taking. and it looks like Man U have stepped in and are putting in an offer for him, and it looks like there's a good chance he could be going to Man U. And that's just going by what you read on the news. We all know the news can be total bollocks, but we all also know the news can come true as well. If they go and do that and Spurs let this go, I'm going to be pissed in a big way. That we would go out and spend 40 fucking million on Gray, who's never even, okay, I say never. Okay, now he's played about 45 minutes in the big league. And we go and let a quality player, even though some have told me he's not that good, bollocks, he's a bloody good player. Maybe not the fastest, but he's cool, calm, calculated, knows what he's doing on the pitch. 9 times out of 10, always 2-3 steps ahead of himself. Brilliant as a DM, good as a box-to-box, well, not even box-to-box, good as a centre midfield playmaker as well. Better than Bentancur significantly. Okay, he might want 165, he might want even 200k on wages. But if we're going to give 165 to fucking Timo Werner and 30 million for this fella, why are we not doing it? And it looks like Man U are going to step in and do it. I know we can turn around and say it's who we are, mate. I know that. But surely someone can give me a better reason.
We're not signing Locatelli then. It's not going to happen.
We are not signing Locatelli because you know why? Locatelli won't bring back the investments that Daniel Levy wants. You get what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah.
What is his threshold for the money?
We're not going to sign him because we spent. I think we're not going to sign him because Jed Spence is staying at the club. So he's the backup wing back, not Archie Gray, which means Archie Gray is going to be the number 6. So we spent 40 million on Archie Gray. He came on against Everton. He's going to be that player for Spurs. So Locatelli isn't coming to us. It's why we haven't gone for a number 6 all window. It's why the journalists, who are all liars anyway, they're saying we're not going to get a number 6. And the reality is, Dan, whenever we get linked with Locatelli, Eze, Neto, Paulinho, it's absolute bollocks. None of these. We are not signing an established, seasoned pro for the first 11. We would have done it by now. Unless we get a super cheap deal and Levy just wets himself because it's just the price is so sexy. I don't
think a cheap deal for a player like Locatelli. That's tuppence money
for Locatelli, but I don't think we're going to spend that kind of money on a player unless they're younger and there's a higher resale value. Solanke was our big spend.
26. I think he's only about 26, if I remember right. He's not even old.
Look, we signed Yang, he's 18. We signed Bergvall, he's 18. We signed Archie Gray when he was 17. We signed Solanke, he's our 26-year-old. We spent big. And then we signed one other player. Who am I missing? Odebert. He's 19, 30 million. They're all kids. We're not going to sign another 26-year-old. The only reason we signed Solanke is we had to get a striker. We had to get another striker in. Well, I just don't see us signing a 26-year-old, Dan. I really don't. Not when we've signed Gray for that position. I agree with you. For 30 million, no fucking brainer. Get him in. Chiesa, 25 million. Get him in. We haven't done it, Dan. They're not going to do it.
That's true.
I agree with you. By the way, Dan, I totally agree with you on this. But I also understand what kind of club I support. They're not going to fucking do it.
I mean, for me, this has got to be one of the most frustrating ones. Now, the thing I do definitely notice is a lot of people on chat, a lot of people on football, whatever, they follow the Premier League, and that is that. Yes, some have their other leagues they like to follow, and then you've got other people out there that just watch football 24/7 on every league in the world, which, I mean, for me, the Spanish league, I don't know why, it just don't do it for me. I've always loved the Italian league because I just love the tactical side of the Italians. And the German league, I don't mind either. But the Spanish league, I don't know, it's just never been my thing. I'm not saying it's bad, not at all. It's been one of the biggest leagues in the world for a very long time. But it's just not my thing. And when people were telling me Chiesa is not good enough for Spurs, yeah, Chiesa was excellent at Fiorentina. his first season at Juventus was all right, and then he got that major injury for basically 2 years, pretty much kept him out, and then he had a respectable season last season. But people telling me, no, Chiesa is not good enough, this and that. We've got fucking Johnson, Timo Werner, a young player like Odegaard, Kulusevski, who is not a right winger, and people are telling me, no, Chiesa ain't good enough. And then people are saying, no, Neto's a better option. Neto's much better. Whereas if you compared the two players, Neto scored how many goals in 3 seasons and been injured for at least half the season on each of them. And then I had a lot of people start telling me, no chance, not Locatelli. He's no better than what we got. Do some people actually follow football? He's a fucking good player. He's twice the player anything we've got in midfield. I mean, you go and link him and Benson Kur up together again, I think you'll have a very good team there. Just why? And why is it when players like this come up, it's always no, they're not good enough. But I go back to my early point of where Odegaard does 1 or 2 things right in a game, or Archie Gray looks good in the Championship, and again, let's get the tissues and the baby wipes out.
Dan, you really need to learn quick how it works, man, and just start getting used to it. Like I have a very numb face where I'm, look, Stel, you're a bit unhappy for a winning side. What have we won? Nothing. We don't win trophies, but hey, we're a winning side according to my friend Nick there. I'm sure he's bantering me, which is fair enough. But we haven't won anything in 16 years.
I've been telling
I'm
you,
numb. I'm numb to it. Like I am at a stage now as a Spurs fan where I have no emotion for what goes
I've been on
that.
that. I've been at
proper change.
Yeah, I've been at that level, right, for the past 2 years. Stel, remember, I told you I'm Zen, right? It is what it is, right? This is what Spurs does, right? And we've been seeing this repeating over and over again. We don't move forward. We still buy players for the future, right? And we're still here, right? And the worst part is now we are in the position where being promised so many promises, which in the end of the day, please, I've been telling the club, be honest with us. You get what I'm saying, right? Just tell us what you guys really are doing. That's all I'm saying, you know. But Ange lies to us, the board lies to us, the club lies to us, and we just suck it up. So I'm numb to it for the past 2 years.
Look, I am not going to get excited over playing Leicester City and Everton, right? I sat in that stadium and in the second half, I looked around me and most people were doing this. They were on their mobile phone, right? Me too. So
Candy Crush time.
I'm not enthusiastic. I'm not excited. I'm not optimistic because I've seen it all before. We've got Newcastle, Arsenal, Brighton, West Ham, Man United coming up. If we win those games, I will change my tune like that. But if we don't, I'm coming for everyone. Like Dan, I'm going to unleash. You think I'm unleashing now on social media? You haven't seen anything yet.
No. I want to see some of these big games before I dig deep.
Yeah, because after these games, I'll tell you exactly where we're at with Ange, with the Odeberts, the Kulus, the Madisons, and the rest of them, and where our fan base is at. This is what it's all about now. These are the games we couldn't win last season. I'm very open-minded, but I need to see the change to show you that I'm open-minded. So
Stel,
until then,
Stel, you've done this before.
Been there, done it.
Remember? You've done this before. We've been through this before.
I know. But we have to let it play out. We have to let it play out. You know?
Yeah. But guys, to tell the truth, right? I would really love, right, for us to actually beat and win all our next 6 games, right? That will make me really happy. And that will show me that we've moved forward to a certain extent. But that will give me PTSD again because last season, the first 10 games of the season, where were we? We were top of the league.
Oh, well. Well, I've just found out I've got a bit more time now because my wife is now that I've taken too long, she's going to go out and get something to eat and go get her eyelashes done. So I've got a bit more time now. I mean,
big
she
up,
was meant to
man.
go out and do the shopping, and you know how football goes. You start talking about certain things, you have a list of 4 things, and then next thing you know, you're talking about what's happening on the other side of the fucking planet. And just to answer a question here for Luke 14, great to learn from someone like Locatelli makes sense. Mate,
Spot
it
on.
makes perfect
Yeah.
Spot on.
sense.
Yeah.
And that is a point I will go to in a minute, since I've got a bit more time. If you two got a bit of time as well. And
Go on then.
Go
on then, Dan.
do you know if Locatelli speaks English? I can't say I know, but this is just a presumption as such. I would have thought that 7 out of 10 players, like from it, or people even from European, can at least speak a tad of English. It is the most spoken language in the world. I mean, obviously, there's ones who won't know a clue of it, whatever, and that. But I'd say a majority of people know how to speak a bit of English. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But I'll make you right on what he says. He would be
Dan,
excellent.
can I say something here? If you can play football, you don't need to speak English, right? I've had kids that have come from Africa, can barely put 2 words together. I put them on the pitch, they fucking got it. Right? They just got it. Right? If you can play football, you don't need to speak the language, because just an eye gesture or a hand gesture, that's enough to communicate on the pitch.
It's football
Honestly.
talk, isn't it, basically?
Yeah, if you
I
can
mean,
kick
that's all
you
ball, you
we-
can
we
kick
have
All
ball.
you got to
remember-
do is scream something out loudly, whatever you scream out, and point over there. Basically, you're saying, "Kick me the ball
Mate,
over there," isn't
If
you?
you've got a good first touch, if you can spot a pass, if you can strike a ball, if you know how to play a 1-2, if you can take on a man, you can do it in any fucking language, and everyone can look at you and say, "Yeah, I get it. He gets it."
And right,
But guys, don't
and then
forget, right? Udogi used to play in the Italian league, right? So we have a translator there. Yeah.
when a referee shows you a red card, you fucking know what language it is.
you know what a red card is.
You
Right,
know
and Daniel
what a red
Fields,
card is.
obviously a comment to me. You sounded like Danny Dyer then.
Oh, we've been
Mate,
through
it's
that
something I've been accused of a full times. But I'll tell you one thing, mate. It
You
also
do, you do have a bit of Danny Dyer about you, man. You do.
I
Yeah,
get told that. I've been told that
Yeah.
since younger. But one thing I will tell you is, I'll go back years before I got with my wife 10 years ago. It does have its advantages. Because one thing I can tell you, when you're on holiday in Zante, Malia, places like that, I would never ever go again. But anyone who's been there will understand what it's like there. If you can't get laid there, you're just fucking ugly. Simple as that. And as soon as Northern birds would hear a London accent, you literally have to beat them off with a cricket bat. As soon as they hear that London accent, where they're just all over you. And then you get the other blokes from Manchester that they were just talking to that get the right arm.
So we've gone from Locatelli to you taking advantage of Northern lasses when you were 18 in Zante.
Yeah, the accent gets you somewhere, mate. Trust me, the accent gets you somewhere.
Dan flexing his muscle by buying a fishbowl for all the ladies.
You know what I mean? They come running for
Five-
you. When they're
€5
with my mates still.
€5 and 10 people get drunk.
God, it weren't even
Exactly.
€5 back then, mate. And I'll tell you one thing: I would not handle 2 weeks in Malia again or Ibiza again. right now.
€5
I'd
and
be-
everyone's drunk.
You know, I'd be coming back in a coffin. But all the Manchester blokes at the other end that they were talking to got the right because as soon as they heard a couple of me and my mates talk, they literally dropped them on the spot, and the Scouse birds come running down to us. And what one
Mate,
of them asked,
€5. You can't even buy your date at McDonald's in London.
you know what I mean? And the dodgiest bit was, I mean, I'll go back to the football. It was what one of the women asked my friend to say to him, and just say like basically she asked him to call her a fucking see you next Tuesday, and we were just like, what? She's like, please, just do it the London way, please. So my mate did it. God, mate, the way she walked off, she looked like Bambi, but that's a different story.
Okay,
No.
that's too much. That's too much information, Dan.
I'll tell you what, any ladies that ever thought about subscribing to this channel have just
Yeah.
either they love you and they're going to subscribe, or they're going to tell everyone never subscribe to that channel.
Stealth channel started the way. Yeah.
it is what it is basically. And yeah, so if we, I mean, do you two see us back to the football side of it? Do you see us actually getting anyone else in before the end of the season? I mean, I can see another player leaving. I mean, Solomon, he's just gone Leeds, hasn't he? So that's another player we've got rid of on loan. Do either you two actually think that we're going to bring anyone in? And I know this one's going to be a no, but I'm just going to have to ask the question anyway. Are we going to bring anyone else in? And is it actually going to be of any significance?
Yeah, I think we're going to sign one more player, but it's just going to be a random that is just left field. No one mentioned him. Maybe a kid, maybe an 18-year-old goalie, maybe a midfielder that everyone's going to just be, what? That's who? I don't think we're going to sign a name that we're all really excited about and end the window on a high. I don't know what you've done to the whole show, Dan, man. You and your teenage conquests.
Escapades. No, but guys, to tell the truth, right? This transfer window, we can't say that we signed anybody of quality, right? We can't say that we've signed anyone now that will actually bring us up to the next level. All I can say now is that unless they bring in two players of a quality of Eze or another winger of, a quality of, like you say, Locatelli or Chiesa, right? That might make me sit up. But like what Stel's been saying, I'm numb. I'm used to it, right? It doesn't matter who they bring in next, because to tell the truth, will they be able to play the way that Ange wants them to play? Right? Because I don't see the type of players that are available out there that actually can play the Ange ball that we want to play, right? And I was so worried, right, on Saturday when VDV, did you see that knee being stretched?
Yeah, when he went down.
And I was like, oh my God, he should go off, but he played on. And when he made that run right through the center of the Everton defense, I was going, wow, right? But let's see how long he can last, right? We need another player that can do what VDV does, actually come back and cover whenever there's a high ball over the top. That's all I say. We need that quality. But will we get it? Let's see.
Well, with the next games we got coming up, I mean, there's some tricky games we definitely got coming up, isn't it? And I think this is going to really show, has Ange adapted? Can Ange adapt? I mean,
have our players improved? Are our players good enough?
I mean, what are the next games? I haven't got it up here. I mean, I know we've got
Newcastle,
Brentford, I know we got Newcastle, Arsenal. Alex, how are we doing, mate?
Hey, big up, Alex.
I'll tell you now, we've got Newcastle away, Arsenal at home, Brentford at home, Man United away, Brighton away, West Ham at home. So 5 of those teams are top 10 teams. These are the games that last year we were a disaster at. In fact, we haven't won a top 10 game since December 2023.
No, we haven't.
Dan.
So this is why I thought you were going carnival, Alex. I thought you were dancing with all the ladies. Alex thinks Notting Hill's anti.
But I was at carnival yesterday, Bob. I was at carnival yesterday because this is why I just switched off completely, because I like I say, like people say that I'm negative, I'm this, I'm that. I get the same thing that you Sava get and everyone else gets that are real, right? But the thing is, though, like I said, like you don't see me personally, and you're not going to know me personally because you're not going to get to know me. You don't deserve me, and that's it. But what I want to say, because I know Dan needs to finish off the social soon, because I know that you've been on for quite a while, so I'm going to keep it short.
I'm all right, mate. I've got time now, Alex. I've got time now. The wife don't need the kitchen. She's gone out to buy something to eat and get her lashes done, so time's needed.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool then.
And it's a bank holiday, so.
Oh, that's great. That's great. So, but like I say, yeah, like I just need to speak about the new winger we've got, yeah, and the over the top overreaction. Now, I wasn't at the game. No, I wasn't. But I watched it. I watched it again right? He had a terrible debut. It wasn't that great.
It weren't terrible.
It
That's
was.
too much.
Not being funny. Like he had a few good touches, and people say he gave Dixon a bit of a bit of a turning up. He had him in his pocket. He had him in his pocket, and that's it. I'm not. And if people want to go over the top of saying I'm going over the top, Bergwijn, right, on his debut scored against Man City and won us the game. So that's a debut. That's a debut. You know what I mean? But the start and even the stats back me up. I don't even like stats. But again, because the thing is though, the thing that's really perfect about this signing, he does more than Johnson. So that's your benchmark then. That's your benchmark. He's better than Johnson. That just sums up Tottenham fans. Honestly, it's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. If you really want a man of the match, I actually was impressed with Kulu.
Yes.
Because the reason why I was impressed with Kulu, why was Maddison going up the pitch trying to score goals? I wonder why. Because Kulu was actually doing more deep and actually helping him, not him coming deep. He's actually trying to score goals. And that's it. So if you want a man of the match, I think Kulu, he needs to do more because I'm sorry, you can't just do that and that's it. But honestly, it's absolutely embarrassing what it's expected from Tottenham fans because it's time to when Tottenham it's just TikTok. It's that time of the year with Tottenham, isn't it? We win a game 4-0. It's our time to start showing off and saying we're back. Yeah, not being funny. Brighton have been more impressed with us, impressed right now than us, by the way. Yeah, Brighton have. Good. Yeah, and we're trying to be like Brighton. And look what happened with Brighton, yeah, with De Zerbi. Look how frustrated he looked like when he wanted to move it to the next level. Yeah, and we want to be like Brighton. You having a laugh? Yeah, I'm sorry, I just had to say it. Yeah, Stellis has backed it up with stats, and I don't even do stats, and that's it. Yeah, and I know it's harsh, but I'm sorry, Dan. Yeah, I was at the carnival yesterday. Yeah, right. And if you know people at the carnival, yeah, if you're not a confident guy. Yeah, ladies not interested in you, bro. They'll look at you and say, no thanks. No thanks. Yeah. They like confident guys that are arrogant. Oh, yeah. Ivan Toney was one of those guys as well, by the way. This is real life. Yeah. That's life unfair. Yeah. Right. There's a lot of things in life that is unfair. Yeah. So that's the thing. Sometimes you've got to be real with it. Yeah, when you're not doing your job, yeah, when you're going into a new job and you're not doing well, they sack you. That's unfair. Yeah, so don't talk to me about being unfair because I know what unfair is all about, and that's it. And that's all I need to say, and that's it. Mr. Box Office talking the truth again because we're doing it again. Back to you, Dan. I'm done.
Well, I've got a quick question for you then, Alex. I mean, this one ain't football. What was jerk chicken like there? Because I love a bit of jerk chicken.
It was nice, Bob. It was just nice to have some nice music, Bob. Yeah, I was getting rejected by the ladies, but that's how it is every single time with me, isn't it? You know what I mean? You learn. You know what I mean? You learn,
Well, Alex.
But Alex, that's how it is.
Alex, let me give you a little hint to life then, yeah? Let me give you a little hint to life. Try and get more of a London accent, and there come Flowey, mate. But that was a different point. We spoke about Odegaard earlier. I think you've been a bit harsh on saying he was terrible. He was not terrible. His inside, yes, it wasn't good. But as I said, I thought for his first game, Alex, you could see positives there. He looked confident on the ball. He wanted the ball. Like Stell says, he looked energetic. Yes, he looked burnt out by the second half. But there was some positives there. But I agree with what you say. It wasn't spectacular like we made out, and we do it with basically every player, don't we? It's like when someone comes up to you and says, buy me a drink, and you say, why? And they say, because I'm a 10, and you look at them twice and think, bloody hell, you've already hit your brick wall twice. Why should I buy you a drink? But we all know that happens. And that's what we make it out with our players, basically, don't we? Like, they have one good game out of nowhere, and it's a number 10. I mean, the reason I'm going back to it is because you're here now and getting your opinion on it.
Listen. I just had to say. I was going to say. I'm going to say this on my channel, Mr. Box Office TV, because, like I said, I've just switched off because I sat there and thought, and I was switched off a lot this season. I'll tell you that for a fact, yeah. Because people have asked me on their shows, and I'm like, the only people that I've been really on it is obviously Tottenham Away. You, Sava. I got a lot of, and obviously Spurs Kings TV. I've got my boys there. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna be rude to those guys because they're the future as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? Even Deji and Jay, to their point as well. So I do respect them.
Deluded them two, man.
I know, but still, I respect them. I respect them. I have to say,
you respect them, but they are deluded.
But you know, like I say, listen. It's going to take a lot for me to change my mind at the moment. You know what I mean? I saw someone on Sava's show yesterday, and he really spoke really well, fantastically well, and it was a great debate to watch it. Yeah, and I think this is where I love Sava because he does some great debates. I've told
the Ben guy.
I've told it. I've messaged him and told him to. I've told him as well, and I hope he comes on again because we need more people like that. But there was just things that I sat there and thought these are all things that I've argued against because I know that it needs to be proven first, and unfortunately it's been too long. And like I said, I go back to what I said on my YouTube channel. Thank you to everybody who's watched the channel and give me the views. Thank you, I do appreciate it. Right, but I said we've been building since 2008, since we won the trophy. One day Ramos, we've been building since then because the last time we won a trophy. Right, we've not been building since Pochettino. No, because I love that guy. Yes, we never won anything with Pochettino. So I'm sorry, you cannot say we cannot say that we are building. We were building when we've been building since 2008. And how long is that? It's embarrassing. And we are more. Leicester City are more decorated club than Tottenham Hotspur. Yeah, Wigan have won the FA Cup before Tottenham for long, and we haven't won anything since then. And I would say this, I'll leave it this, right? Why 1991 was the worst time of Tottenham's history, right? Wherever we won that trophy, that FA Cup, it was the worst time in Tottenham's history, and we still could win an FA Cup. So what's the excuse when we've got a great stadium, money's rolling in, we're looked as the club that's run the best, according to the public now, in the news now. So what is the excuse? What is the excuse when that was the worst time I've heard from Tottenham fans? That was the worst time being a Tottenham fan whenever we won the FA Cup, 1990, 1991, yeah? And we still won an FA Cup, yeah? And don't tell me because he had Gary Lineker and Gascoigne in our team because, you know, that just shows you why I call Harry Kane a loser then. Because it just shows you that stars get you over that line. And that's all I need to say. Truth hurts. I'm sorry. I'm only going to speak truth. And that's it. Back to you, Dan. I'm done.
Right.
Can I?
Alex, one thing I just want to put here is Paul 123. Arsenal are better than Spurs.
No shit.
The only
really?
reply I can give you to that, mate. No shit, Sherlock.
News.
That is the only thing I can say to that, mate. Take it as you wish, but no shit, Sherlock. You're definitely on form today.
Aston Villa played well against Arsenal, but Arsenal didn't play well, and they still got the job done. Yeah. That just sums it up perfectly.
You know, Hasper hit the nail on the head yesterday, right?
He does a lot of the time. I do like a lot of messages that Hasper makes. He does hit the nail on the head quite a few times. Go on.
I agree with pretty much everything he says except for the Heung-min Son. That's anything I disagree with him on. But he hit the nail on the head. You go back 20 years, we had Martin Jol as manager. And we signed players like Reto Ziegler and a number of other young players. And Martin Jol said, Project Youth, this is the way forward. This is the way we're going to do it. Daniel Levy was chairman. 20 fucking years later, what are we being told now? The same shit we were told 20 years ago. Different manager, different stadium. It's the same lies again. In 20 years, that project did what for us? Now here we are again. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. We've moved up the league table a few places. It's the same thing, man. we refuse to buy proven talent. If we sign Archie Gray, Bergvall, Phillips, fine. But make sure you sign Eze, Zubimendi, and Ivan Toney at the same time. But we don't do that. We don't do any of that.
Right, James, how are we doing, mate?
Hi, James.
I'm good, mate. You?
Same shit, different day, except Spurs won, didn't concede a goal. So
Nice.
I know it's something we've already all spoken about, but obviously I want your opinion on this as well. The game yesterday, how do you see it? What did you see yesterday?
I thought we did well, to be fair, and I think Ange deserves a lot of criticism for last season. But one thing I will say is I feel like we look better attacking set pieces and defending set pieces. I think he's obviously been working on something in that respect because we do look better.
James, can I ask you a quick question?
No.
Cool.
Just ask anyway, mate.
Back to you, Dan.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, go on.
I'm going carnival. No. Don't you think that is the worst Everton team you've ever seen come to our ground and play?
Yeah, I do. But at the same time, you can't always judge things with a negative spin, in my opinion. And I don't mean like negative spin as in like you're negative. I mean, yeah, you could say that. Of course you could say that. But at the same time, you can only beat who turn up. And I was one of the ones, and I think you said it as well, that last season we had 20-minute spells where we looked good. Like the system worked. We did look good. This season, and it's only 2 games, but it was sort of like 45 to 60 minutes in the first game. And then yesterday we was good at all game, I thought, barring a couple of mishaps. So you can only, if you're going to criticise, you've got to give credit where credit is due. And I think we've done all right.
But isn't that only because they're shit? Like before the game, we did a prediction, and I said Spurs to win 3-0, Everton are absolutely god-awful. And I put the video on my channel as well. And that's exactly what I saw. I don't think we're going to be anywhere near that when we play a team that's half decent.
No. And this is the thing. This is where the next, like I was listening earlier, the next few games is going to be crucial to see how we get on. If we go and beat Newcastle, or we draw or get a point or 2 or 3 points from Arsenal, or I think that's when we'll understand. But also, it's not fair to say, oh, you only won 4-0 because Everton are shit, because you still got to win 4-0.
That's true. I
Yeah,
get
fair enough.
where you're coming from.
In that respect, and I'm not,
isn't it?
yeah, exactly. And that's for me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was sticking up for Ange last season, and I said, yeah, we was having 20-minute spells where we dominated, but why was it only 20 minutes? And rightly so. The other 70 minutes we were shit.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Right, we did well yesterday against a bad Everton team, right, or squad or whatever, right? But the thing is that doesn't it paper over the cracks that we can see, right? The deficiencies that are there.
But what do you mean by cracks? Like what do you mean?
Brenda was shit.
Yeah, he was shit.
Odegaard, I mean, he was okay, but it wasn't up to the standard that we expected to have, right?
I think that's harsh.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say expected. He wasn't up to the standard that a lot of people said.
And
I don't think anyone knew what to expect.
He didn't do anything. Odegaard didn't do anything.
I think the word you're looking for is raw. It's raw.
Yeah,
that's the
raw,
problem.
okay. Yeah.
It's raw.
And the thing is, like Madison, right? He had 2 great chances to actually score. You get what I'm saying? So it's paper.
Yeah, but I know you're saying that.
It's such a bad team, right? That makes us look so good. But like what Stella is saying, let's see what happens in Newcastle, because Newcastle has been smacking us for the past 2 seasons, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think the way I would look at it is not the way you'd look at it. And no disrespect, but I would rather try to find the good than pick out every narrative. Like you're picking out Madison missed 2 chances. We won 4-0. Like for a free, yeah, but we still won 4-0. And it's like, well, I've got to find a problem somewhere. Let me find a problem somewhere. How many chances did Arsenal miss? How many chances?
Hold on. 1 minute. I'm consistent, James. Last season, I remember Arsenal, they beat someone at home 6-0. I think it was Sheffield United. And they beat another team the week after, like 4-0. I said, hold on a minute. You're beating teams that are shit, right?
Yeah.
Then Villa went to their ground and beat them 2-0. And I said, that's what I'm talking about. When it matters. And that cost them the league title in the end. Don't get me wrong. They still did some other good things. Like they beat West Ham away 6-0 well. But for me, this is that, James. This is how I see it. Right, this is exactly how it's going to pan out. If we get 2 good results now against Newcastle and Arsenal, everyone's going to say Ange Ball's real, and it totally bigs up the whole result against Everton. But if we don't get 2 good results there, let's say we lose them both or draw one, lose one, everyone's going to say, you see, as soon as we play someone half decent, Everton is shit, man. Why did we hype them up? I think the next 2 games decides what that Everton result actually meant.
Yeah, I would say there's more than 2 games to decide what that Everton game.
Yeah, so the next 6 then. The next 6 games.
Yeah, that's where I would be at. I would say the next 6 games, we lose 1, win 4, draw 1, whatever. I'd be like, you know what? We're obviously improving.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where I'm saying, for me, I would rather not.
But if we draw 3, win 1, lose 2, it's utter crap again, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, yeah. But we can only judge that once that's happened. I'm not one for standing here going, yeah, it's all crap because we're gonna lose. Like we're gonna lose. Yeah, I could.
Fair enough.
For me personally, I would rather live my life and try to look at some of the positive. I mean, even like you said,
I understand what you're saying, James. But the problem is that, right? I've been through this over and over again. It's like PTSD coming back again. We see a good result, and then all of a sudden we fall off the cliff again. Right, and then we can't find our way back again. So
but I don't think you have to be. I don't think there's 2 ends of the spectrum. I am not happy clapping and jumping, saying we're going to win the league, we're winning the quadruple, we're going to win everything. And I'm also no disrespectful on your level where you're saying he was crap, he did nothing. Madison missed 2 chances. Just won 4-0. Just won 4-0, and you're picking problems.
Yeah, but James, I get where you're coming from.
Over the cracks. I never said anyone was crap. I said we are papering over the cracks again.
No, you said the left winger was crap. He did nothing. You said that.
Well, I say that yes, because at the moment I say this as well. I say this right. I say because at the moment, right, he looked good in terms of he looked like he wanted to do something. Yes, he wanted to do this. He wanted to do that. He wanted to do this. Like I said, I gave an example of Bergwijn. Bergwijn in his debut scored a goal, and looked better than him all day long. First time round, done straight away on the ball, straight away done. You know what I mean? That was from Mourinho. Yeah, so like I get where you're coming from. I respect where you're coming from, James. But the thing is, though, we're in the football side. Yeah, he won 4-0. Yeah, and I'd have given credit to Kulu and Maddison in the game because I thought that was impressive. The fact that Maddison was more up the pitch, which I've been asking for, and Kulu was going more deep, which was helping Maddison doing that. I thought Kulu was one of the man of the match for me. Right, I have given credit to Romero and Van der Ven, who look better up front again. Our defenders look better than our forwards again, which is embarrassing as well, right? But I'm sorry, Alderbert, right? For me, and like I said, life is harsh. It is harsh, right? Because we all know life is harsh, right? If you're gonna play for a big team like Tottenham, you've got to show a little bit more than that. Right, and but for me, right, he looks like a raw player, and again, it shows the example. Why the hell did we get Timo Werner in our club right now? Why did we get Timo Werner?
I agree with you, mate.
Also, I need to say this as well. We lost the ball a couple of times, and the only reason why we didn't get punished is because Everton are absolutely goddamn useless. Goddamn useless. We lost the ball a couple of times and it could have been dangerous, but because Everton are rubbish up front, that's why we didn't do nothing. So answer that.
Yeah, all right, I will. Yeah, with Alderbert, I mean, he signed this week and he started this weekend. That's like me saying to you, right, Alex, this is your new job. Here we go. You've done your induction. I'll go, right, well, crack on, mate. And then you've got everybody there going.
But
you've got everybody there going, nah, he's crap, mate.
That's real life, though, James. No, sorry, James, it's real life. Look, that's his real life. No, it's not. I'm sorry. No. I'm going to come back on that one. No, that is real life.
It's not. By law, they can't fire you within that period of time.
No, but look, that is real life.
Speak one at a time, guys. One at a time.
We'll argue that all day long. Nothing against you.
You've got to let me finish. You said answered you. I'm answering you. And you're talking over me.
Go on then, because I'm going to bustle it straight away. Go on.
when if somebody put you into like this guy signed and then started the weekend, and all right, you guys are saying he could have done more. All right, okay, he could have done more. But what I did see is I saw him. Finally, we have a winger that wants to beat his man. He actually wants to draw in players. He wants to beat his man. And when he was doing that, the centre back was getting drawn over and coming to cover as well. So for me, I saw enough to say, you know what, there's a player in there. I don't think he's all singing, all dancing, but I'm not here saying, yeah, we've signed the next Lionel Messi. So again, this is where I'm saying I can only speak for myself. I'm not on one end of the spectrum. I'm not on the other. I'm thinking there's a player in there. Let me see how this develops. You're thinking, no, it's tough. It's a harsh world. Get him gone. Like, he's rubbish. That's if you started a new job and you got given 2-3 days and then you're in to learn everything and then perform. I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that. You have, even if you start a new job, you have that period where you training and learn before you.
I agree with you here, which is why I said I don't rate him, but I don't dismiss him. I want to see him play 10 games. Where I had to lay down the law online was where there were people on big channels saying he's magnificent, brilliant debut, sensational signing, and I asked the question, what did he do? And when they try and answer it, I'm like, but he only had 2 successful dribbles out of 6. None of his crosses were accurate. All his shots were off target. He had no passes to a Spurs shirt in the box. So tell me what he did other than show confidence and demand the ball.
That's the point I'm making.
But hold on, Alex. This is where I disagree with you a little bit.
Yeah, but
I don't think you should destroy him.
No, I'm not destroying him though.
Because
I'm not destroying him. I'm not destroying him though.
You did because you said life's tough and life's hard.
Yeah. But I'm not destroying him.
10 games and then decide. Yeah, we shouldn't blow him up. We shouldn't make out he's great, but we shouldn't say.
But I'm not. But I'm just going back on
what I said. But people didn't do that. Nobody waited to see. Everyone just made a decision. Either he's brilliant.
So my point is, which I'm being harsh. I'm being harsh because I've got my standards, right? And regardless whether he comes in or not, right? Yeah. If you're gonna be up there, right? And this is why I say we needed players with arrogance and swag, right? Because they're gonna get criticised and they need to get used to it.
The first couple of games they played, bro.
What?
Heung-min Son and Dennis Bergkamp was shit in the first.
This is the point. This is the point. This is the point. Yeah, but this is the point. This is the point I'm making, though. This is the point I'm making, though. I was different to when I was then to when I am now. Now I see how it is now with Tottenham now, and where we supposedly want to be at the moment. You've got to be harsh to get to that level at the end of the day, okay? And unfortunately, I'm not harsh saying this, right? Because in real life, yes, sometimes you have 3 days.
Harsh from day one.
Yeah. Because unfortunately, owners only, and this is real life. This is real life. Unfortunately, when you've got temporary jobs or whatever in life, right, you've got only a few days to impress. You've only got a few days to impress. If you're not that great, you've got money in you. Bye, out the door. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry. Life is very, very harsh, especially now.
The word I think the word I would kind of come back at you at is it's called a probational period, and this is what you need to give this guy to see if he's any good or not. If you start a new job, you have a probational period.
James,
you don't come in and get fired after the third day.
James, this is London, not North.
Yeah. But guys, hold on. I gotta make a move. I just got back from work while doing the show in the car, all the way back to my room. Number one, James, I didn't say Odebear was crap. I said Brenda was crap. Right, I would give Odebear a chance. Right, he has potential. He's raw. Right, and as guys, have a good show. If you're still on later, after I finish all my things, I'll most probably hop on again. Everyone, take care. Big love to all you guys.
Big up, mate.
But this is nothing against you, Bo. It's a big up, Bo. Yeah, big up, Bo. But James, it's nothing against you, Bo. I wasn't having a go at you. It's not having a go at you. It's just I'm passionate at the moment, and that's the way I am. I'm not anybody's talk. And by the way, thank you for having this opinion. By the way, because at least I can banter, have an argument about it. I don't mind. And by the way, someone in the chat, Robert, big up to you, bruv. And you're not having a go at me. It's great. I agree with you about Tony. He has overestimated himself with the wages. He has absolutely done that. He has done that. Because when I said I wanted Ivan Toney, I said if he wants big wages, forget it. He needs to prove himself. So you are absolutely spot on. You made a very good point there. Big up to you, bro. You know what I mean? So, but it's again, I can't I'm not going to let it go with Tottenham these players at the moment and the manager and everything else, because at the moment they need to show it to me, James. I'm sorry.
No, I agree. I agree, mate. Listen,
James,
I
you know what I
agree.
mean?
But I agree.
They deserve time
You're right to have this opinion, but I'm not having to go at you being positive and everything else. I just need a football opinion back to say why.
That's all it is, Alex.
That's what
this
I'm
is why I don't mind doing the channels, mate. Me and Dan have disagreed on loads of things, but it's cool.
Many a time.
I like listening to someone else's opinion. For me, I can only judge me. So me is me. And I get it, because Stell gets abused from everybody. I get it. Stell gets Levy inners. Like I get that side of things, why he naturally takes that defensive stand. But I can only say from my point of view. And my point of view is I saw so many good things in that young winger. The fact that he actually wants to turn and play forward. I can't remember the last winger we actually had that wants the ball at his feet and run and sort of get you off your feet. Right, he didn't have the best game.
I totally agree with what you're saying there. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're cool.
What you're saying there is exactly what I saw in the player. His end product, it was shit. Yeah,
I agree.
But he's 19. It was his first game, but he has got Premier League experience. But he actually looked like he could do something with the ball at his feet. Whereas the only player we've got at Spurs who can possibly do that is Maddison.
But he didn't do anything with the ball at his feet. This is the point.
No, but there was times where he had the ball at his feet and he tried to take his man on.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying.
He did
yes,
try.
He failed.
He did try.
I know.
Right,
but with other players like Werner, Son, let me finish. The other player, or how is it they say it? Let me drop, man. Let me drop.
Yeah, bro.
And with that, he attempted to do it with his feet, not just doing what others do, kick it past them and sprint, basically. And he was also screaming for the ball all the time. He wanted the ball. He wanted to try and do stuff. No, nothing didn't particularly go right for the man. Not at all. But Alex, I feel you're being extremely harsh when you say he was terrible. Now, if he would have already been playing at Spurs for 6 months or a year and that, you could turn around and say that was fucking awful.
Agreed.
But he hasn't. And he is 19. I liked the attempts that he made. Yes, nothing came of it, but I did like the fact that he attempted.
So you like Timo Werner then? You must like Timo Werner because he tries to score, but he doesn't. He attempts.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
He's
so shit.
And he misses. But he tries.
I think the problem is.
There's difference. You could see natural ability. Because you could see natural. I've never seen Timo Werner get the ball at his feet and look comfortable as in I'll try to beat my man here. All he's got is a little flick and run. That's it.
I think the problem is. I think the problem is. Yeah, Alderweireld with somebody like an Eze or a Bakayoko that everyone's going on about, right? Okay, I think that would have been more satisfactory because then you've got somebody that's done it, right? Rather than having somebody that is just like going, his career's going to end soon, and he's just a waste man. You know what I mean? And for me, at the moment, I just think Alderweireld, we put a lot of pressure on him to be that winger when he needs a lot of coaching, right?
Yeah, but
a lot of coaching.
It does work both ways. And by you saying he was bang average, that's putting pressure on him to perform when he shouldn't have any pressure. He should be able to learn the system now and get into the team like slowly. And by that, I'm not saying that's you either. That's Daniel Levy's fault for making us believe this guy needs to start every week. So we should have brought in an Eze and had Eze, Son, and then this guy should be playing the last 30 minutes. I completely agree with that. But what I'm saying is, as judging him as a player, I can only judge him for him. I can't blame him for Levy's fault.
I get your point, James. I get your point, James. By the way, yeah. And but point I'm making is at the moment, unfortunately, I'm like I said before, and I've said it on my channel, Mr. Box Office TV. My patience is gone. It's completely gone. Right now, it's time now for them to start making themselves known now. Right, and for me, when they make decisions like this, it just shows you exactly why I've been saying what I've said since June. Right, it makes absolutely no sense. Right, and for me at the moment, you know, and unfortunately, I'm just someone that looks at it black and white. Because it is black and white in my eyes. Because I'm a 90s guy that was seen, and 2000 guy that saw players that did it for themselves. Right, they were getting past them, and it was a standard. It was a standard. Yeah, they'll be angry with themselves if they weren't doing it.
Yeah, but that's not his fault, though, is it?
Yeah,
Your anger needs to be directed completely to somebody else.
Regardless, he wants to do that though, because the thing is though, I'm being harsh because I'm sitting there saying, "Have you got the metal? Have you got the know-how to say, I'll show you? I'll show you." You know what I mean? Not cry like a little baby and just say, just cry in the corner, right? I'm saying, well, I've got the arrogance. I know I'm good. I know I'm good.
Yeah, but we can't judge that in 60 minutes. That's what I'm saying. You can't judge that in 60 minutes.
You've only got. Sometimes you've only got.
We can't say he's brilliant and he's exciting and he's magnificent.
No, but this is where I'm saying. I'm not saying that.
Window. You've got like sometimes you've just got that window. You've got that. This is the thing. Sometimes you've just got that window, right? And I think the thing is though, in big clubs, you've only got that small window. Right,
I don't know. He started him, Alex. I think he's going to start games, this boy.
But I'm just saying for big clubs like Man United, your Man United, your Man Cities, your your top clubs, even in Europe, you've only got that small window, right? And they say, okay, show me what you got. Show me what you got,
Alex, we're not a big club. We had Eric Dyer for 10 years, bro.
I know. Well, that's why.
It's so true. For you, Dan, I'm done.
James. To this moment,
Ben Davies is still here.
James, I treasure this moment. James. James, treasure this moment. I agree with you. Yeah. Don't get used to it. Yeah. Treasure this moment. Yeah.
Let's go carnival together. Fuck this shit. Let's go.
No. But yeah, go on.
I think another way you got to see this though, is I know a lot of things I don't think it's quite as black and white on what you're saying. Yeah, you got to remember this is 2024, and it's not just football, but the world is rainbows. Yeah. It's just the way it is now. Exactly. Yeah, very rainbowy. So there's definitely more colours in it.
We don't mean it by anything else, by the way. Everyone. That doesn't mean by at that point. It means everyone. For everyone, by the way. Just so we know. Because unfortunately, rainbows.
Can I? Like, do you know what? I think.
There's a lot of rainbows, though, Alex. There's a lot of rainbows, mate. There's a lot of. It's all different dimensions.
Yeah, true.
I think this is getting misconstrued, right? I'm treating Odegaard exactly how I'm treating Gray and Bergvall and Phillips and all these other young kids we've signed. I've made it very clear. I want to see them play in a Spurs shirt for at least minimum 10 games before I even begin to tell you what I basically think about them. I'll let you know at the end of the season. After 2 months of Johnson, I said, this guy's shit. By the end of the year, I said I want him out. Now everyone's seeing what I saw. I'm saying the same here with these kids. I don't know. From what I've seen of Bergvall pre-season, I think we might have unearthed a gem, but I've got to see him do it in the Premier League. With Gray, I really don't know. With this kid, I've got no idea about Odegaard. I'll let you know after 10 games. I'll let you know by the end of the season. But what I'm not going to do, and it's not what James did, but what a lot of Spurs fans did yesterday, and I put it on my channel, and I played the videos because I clipped it. Magnificent, brilliant debut. Sensational find. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? There was no end product. How can you go from there to there after doing nothing? Right? Has he got energy? Yes. 1 minute. James, hold on. Has he got energy? Yes. Has he got confidence demanding the ball? Yes. Is he a young age where he can be coached into a good talent? Absolutely. But is he there now? No. All I said was, I want to wait and see what happens before I speak on this guy. But I'm not going to listen to Spurs fans waxing lyrical on day one. That was bonkers. But that's what happened, James. So many fans were just like, we've got the Messi that we wanted. They're putting pictures of Aaron Lennon and Odegaard saying, he's better than Lennon. What fucking planet are you on? Based on what? That's where I lost it. But,
I agree.
Look. I haven't got a decision yet on him. I haven't made up my mind at all because I haven't seen him play.
No, listen, I agree with that. I think, even though I think you're a bit extreme one way, I think they're obviously the extreme the other way. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think you need to be able to judge a player for what you see, not what you think they're going to become or what they're not going to become. You need to judge what you see, like here and now. And that, for me, is why I mean, you got to understand from
what did you see then? What did you see, James, other than lots of energy and give me the ball?
Well, I thought the ability for him to actually take the ball. I think the ability to play football with your head up is a thing that we haven't had for a very long time. He actually wanted the ball to feet, and he was always looking up to see, all right, can I beat my man? Can I lay the ball off here? Blah 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 blah. Like, I did see glimpses.
He's confident. He's confident.
I agree with the confident thing. But you've also kind of, he wants to beat his man. The style of play that he plays is completely different to a Timo Werner or a Brennan Johnson or even a Kulu.
Brennan Johnson wants to beat his man, but he can't.
Yeah, but Brennan Johnson thinks he wants to, but I don't even think he knows. Yeah, like you're saying,
I think every player wants to beat the man, but you got to do it. And Odobert failed 66% of the time. So this is what I'm saying, James. I think. Do you know what I think's happened here? I think because we're so starved of anything decent up front, this kid's come high energy, giving it a go. Like, oh please be the one, you know. And I think
I agree. No, 100% I agree. But that's where, for me, again, I can only speak for myself. Those people that are fucking comparing him to Messi, and that's just nuts to me. That's just nuts.
Crazy.
There are, in my opinion, I know this is going to sound stupid, but I don't think there's many people that actually sit in the middle. I think there's extreme in or extreme out or extremely positive or extremely negative. For me, I've always been like, when I see what I see, I'll make up my own decision. People were saying about Son, like now I've seen tweets and stuff. Yeah, the Son's legs are not got, or the Finnish Son keeping up with the fastest player in the Premier League or something like that. And I was like, man, you're just fucking asking for it. Like you're just asking for it. So things like that is I don't know.
I think any young player,
you can't judge somebody on 60 minutes. You can't say good or bad, and there's no point putting a positive spin or a negative spin, because one, you're just building pressure on the player to either be a success instantly rather than give him time to learn and perform, or you're just going to knock him down and overpraise him. Okay. So he's going to be overpraised and underperform, or slated and never perform. Like, you just give the guy time.
I agree with that 100%.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, let me step in here a second. Just a quick thing here with Jimmy. No one has ever compared him to Messi.
Oh, yes, they have. Go on the internet.
Okay, fair enough. But for me, it's a figure of speech. Right, Haz, how we doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Big up, mate.
How's everyone? So I've been watching a bit of the stream. Obviously, talking about Odobert, I just want my take on it first. So I went to the game. I thought he did all right, just as like a summary. So he wasn't shit. He wasn't amazing. He did all right.
Agreed.
But, I'm going to just chime into what you and Stel said about like that we've been starved of someone. And I think this is just a symptom of our fan base. So we see someone half decent or average, as Alex loves to say, bang average. And then we just praise them to the hill because we've had so many shit players. Like you look at our wingers, got Werner, Johnson, who can't hit a barn door. And as soon as someone half all right comes in, everyone just loses their minds. I mean, like Stel said, the Messi comparisons. And in his defense with Odobert, he's 19. He shouldn't be under this much pressure. Even at a club like Tottenham, really, he should be coming in on the back of, say, like a Kvaratskhelia or like a Rafinha or someone else with him, because at least then you can like ease him into the team, like, you know, City do with Foden. So in that sense, like I can't defend him, but at the same time, Alex is right. Like, it's unforgiving league. So if you get your chance, you either have to take it or you might just be thrown away, right? So this is basically his chance for the big time. As Spurs do, they give these young players a chance, and if they succeed, they might go to a bigger club. I hate to put it that way.
No, they don't usually give the young players a chance, Has. That's the fucking problem.
Yeah, like, I don't want to give him a chance. He wasn't my choice, yeah, but it's just the way that our bloody club runs. So we just buy young players, and you know they become half decent. They might get a move. They might stay for 10 years and be shit like Dyer. But like, you know what I mean? It's just the way the club works. But on himself, like I'm with Stel in the sense that you need to give him 10 games. But what I want to see is end product. It's all well and good getting the ball and trying to take on a man and not doing it or half doing it. And then, but what I didn't see yesterday was any crosses, any successful crosses, anything, you know, amazing.
The only cross he did, he put it over the crossbar, didn't he? By about 10 foot.
But it was all right.
In fairness with that, there was no crosses really going in yesterday because Son was up front. If you notice the first game of the season when Solanke was in the front, Porro must have put in God knows how many balls into the box. He was trying to look for Solanke in there. And in fairness, that for me was where Solanke fouled his first game. You could criticise him in his first game for not making the most of those crosses that Porro put in the ball. So I think, again, this is where we need to give him time. Like what we're all saying, you have to give him time, because next week it could be him on the right, Son on the left, and then Solanke up front. So then you've got a focal point. You could give potentially a 1-2 or link up play or vice versa. And then I agree with you, mate. Like, I want to see end product. I just think that we need to sort of give people time. And like you're saying, we are getting overhyped over one player, or some people are getting overhyped over one player. But again, that's where I'm Levy out. Like, I'm happy to say I'm Levy out, but I give these players a chance. Same with Ange. I know people are criticising Ange, but if we fire Ange and bring someone else in, we're only deterring the problem from the person it should be at.
Well, just to bring in something from what someone from chat say, Mike, how you doing, mate? Hope all's good. I'll speak to you a bit later on. This is my Liverpool supporter friend. Afternoon, Danny, and lads, a new player I think has potential. If he is coached properly, he's not ready yet. But don't listen to me. Danny will tell you I thought Johnson had potential and I was wrong. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. And I think he's exactly right on what he's saying. I mean, again, for me,
every young player
he had an okay game.
Every young player got potential.
But we don't really buy potential anyway.
I don't know.
So
Dan, that's exactly what I said. Dan, that's exactly what I said. He needs a lot of coaching. And at the moment, based on what I've seen last season, I don't believe in the coaching staff at the moment. You know what I mean? I still need a lot, because I don't think anyone's really improved under this coach, and that's it. Now listen, like I said before, like, you know, I think James has got a point here, right? We can't just sack the manager, no. But back on what I said before, like, and it's boring me saying this, they need to show some leadership and show that they really do believe in Ange, and start speaking out. Right, that can heal a lot of wounds at the moment. Because I think Stelios has summed it up perfectly. The manager, Martin Jol, said this is a youth project. When you're saying youth project,
I took it from Haz, by the way. I said it first.
Huh?
I took it from Haz. Hazper's the one that said it.
Oh, that's the person that said it. Well, yeah. If Martin Jol said youth project, you know exactly where we're going, don't you? You know what I mean? Again, with Brighton, they've not put any bones about it, what their club's all about. They've not put any bones about it, where they are as a club, right? So Brighton know where they are at the end of the day. You know what I mean? You know? So, but unfortunately, when you've got someone like Ange, and someone made a point on Savage Show yesterday saying, oh, we don't know the history of we haven't done the research on him. Well, I'm not being funny. We have Mourinho. He had history of winning trophies. We're the only club that have not won trophies with him. Conte won trophies. The last manager we won trophies with was with Ramos, and we got lucky with him. Even though it was a brilliant day, beating Chelsea, we were lucky with him. So again, well, that's the point, and we don't even hail Ramos as a great manager anyway. Not a lot of people hail him. So again, it goes back also as well. When Mourinho had the chance of winning a trophy with Tottenham, what do? We sack him.
Okay, let me ask everyone a question then.
Dan, there's something Alex said there about he doesn't trust our coaches, right? I saw something yesterday. I'm not concerned, but it caught my attention, right? Odegaard, the first 10, 15 minutes, he was trying to take on his man. And I think people got really excited too quick. But anyway, as the game went on, he stopped trying to take on the man. And he kept stopping and passing to the middle or backwards. One of those passes was a suicide pass, and it nearly cost us. He really fucked up. Okay. I
thought it was Bissouma who done the pass at first.
He did.
I thought it was Bissouma who done it.
He did. Romero put in a couple of dodgy passes. Yeah, a few of them did, right? But here's the thing. I'm sitting there thinking, why is this winger who was trying to take on players early on, why is he now inverting his passes? because there was times where he's on the ball and he could have taken on the man or tried to, and he stopped doing it. And I'm like, why are you doing that now? I see Brennan Johnson do that. I see Timo Werner do that. I'm wondering if there's a coaching instruction where if certain movement hasn't occurred, you stop and you pass inwards. I need to watch this a bit more to see if it's a pattern of play. But if it is, this is some bullshit coaching. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but I've seen this with Brennan Johnson. I've seen this with Werner. I've seen this with Kulu. And out of nowhere, Odegaard, from being very direct, take on the man, it was stop, face inwards, pass. And I thought, you didn't need to do that. You could have tried to take on the man. Why have you done that? I don't know, man. I don't know, but
still,
I've seen all our wide players do that, and I don't like
it. It's a system issue as well, still, because a lot of people told me Ange apparently's system has wingers that hog the touchline, but I never really see our wingers doing that. So it's like, well, has he told them you have a freedom to cut in and out, and that obviously causes problems in the middle for Maddison and the inverted fullbacks? Because I see even Werner, I see him on the left cutting inside, right, on his right. Obviously, some players sometimes he cuts inside.
They all do it, Has. They all do it.
But then I thought their wingers on the Ange system were supposed to play really wide. So I don't understand it. Like,
when the goalie's got the ball, he's playing it from the back. Our wingers are high and wide. They hug it. Once we break, they slightly come in. It changes depending where the ball is. I just don't like seeing wide players that can. The space is opened up to take on a man, but they pull back. You saw it again. Look, against Leicester City, Brennan Johnson comes in, brilliant slide tackle, wins the ball, gets up, and it opens up. You're thinking drive.
And he holds
he
the ball.
starts and then he stops. He stops,
yeah.
and
then Christensen gets the ball back, doesn't he?
Johnson
and he
does
loses
that
the ball.
Exactly what I said on my channels in.
Right.
I saw that as well.
Watch us play. Kulu does it. Werner does it. Johnson does it. Odegaard, after 20 minutes, he started doing it. That has to be something that's being coached into them. I'm convinced. Well, I'm not convinced, but it happens too often for there not to be a coaching element to this. And that worries me, because if Odegaard can actually take on players, and we do have a proper dribbler, if we're going to coach the dribbling out of him, listen, fuck this shit, man. If we're going to start uncoaching dribblers, I can't be bothered.
It's annoying, because the thing is, though, dribblers cause so much problems, yeah? And
they're the best players to have. They're the best players to have.
This is where I agree with James. Yeah? You see that he wants to do it. And when James, I think, mentioned it as well. I've said it a couple of times because I've been on Asmatic's channel and he's shown me some great wingers. And I've made this point as well. When you've got a dribbler, you're drawing in the defenders. So what is that doing to some of the other players? They're giving them more space. So I think we're messing ourselves up by taking the dribbler out of somebody, like, getting to pass back, and that's it. And for me, yes, the first goal was very good, right? The way that we played the ball, that's it. I will say also, Everton were not very good in defence as well, but it was a good goal. I will give them that, right? Mm-hmm. But it could be so much better. It could be so much better if players take on their man and actually believe in their own ability, and that's it. And if we do that to this guy, I don't like it. I'm sorry. I like players like Kvaratskhelia. I really do like players like Kvaratskhelia that actually go past their man. You know what I mean? Because for me, that for me is what we come into football
Alex,
to watch.
This is probably why we haven't signed Eze, because Eze's not going to have this shit. If you try and tell Eze not to dribble, he's just going to tell you to fuck off. It's not going to happen, is it? Eze's not going to have it.
It shouldn't be like that.
He's not going to have it.
It shouldn't be like that. I'm sorry. This is, I'm sorry. The
thing is, the whole point of a dribbler is to create an overload, right? So if you've got 5-on-5 and this wide player beats a man, now you've got 5-on-4. The whole point of dribblers is to give you the numerical advantage in the attack. That's why you want a dribbler. That's why they're the best players. What we seem to do is pass inwards, and then can we play a through ball to split the defense, which is fine. You need that. But when you've got a low block, the dribblers are the fucking best players to have, man. They're the best players to have.
That's the point, and that's why I have an issue at the moment, and that's it. But again,
also, a dribbler can take 3 players out of a game, man. They can take 2 or 3 players out of a game.
This is exactly what I said today. Also, this is exactly what I've said, and this is why I think we're missing a trick. You know what I mean? I think that's why we also signed bloody Timo Werner as well. Which again, I don't want to keep on harping on the point, but the point is that unfortunately,
Timo Werner's pretty good at dribbling, but it's the wrong kind.
Yeah, exactly.
Baby. That's the only kind of dribbling he can do.
He's terrible. I mean, no, I can't say that on here. No. No. I'll get myself.
Watch Odegaard play the next 10 games, right? And let's see if he starts inverting and not trying to beat the man. Because if he does that, we know this is on Ange. You know it's on Ange. Yeah. If he does keep trying to dribble, you know what I've just said doesn't stack up.
But we've seen it for all our wingers still, though. Even, like I mentioned, Johnson always cuts back. Kulusevski naturally cuts back, but Werner cuts back.
In fairness, though, Johnson's never been like a dribbler. You know, like a proper. Even for Forest, he's like a pace merchant. Sonny, he's not a dribbler; he's a pace merchant. They're
all the same in like that, James. They kick it past and run after the ball.
Ronaldo in his heyday was a dribbler.
He was a dribbler back in the coach time.
Can I say this? Can I say this, James? Though, when you made the point about
past them and run after them, Ronaldo didn't even dribble the ball. He weren't like Messi. Messi used to dribble it round them like a hot knife on butter. But Ronaldo was always one who used his pace, kick it past, and run after it, and that's what all our wingers basically do.
I think he could dribble as well, Dan. Like,
can I give you
but the main thing he used to do was use his pace and power, didn't he? That was what he mainly did.
Can I just
not really, because they developed the Ronaldo chop is a skill after Ronaldo to beat a man. Ronaldo can dribble, but he can also use pace. I think he could do both.
I want to say something though, because I think you made a very good point, James. Yeah, I'm not giving you flowers all the time, mate. I'm just not being, but I'm
no pun intended. No pun intended.
I think you made some good points. I think you made some good points.
I'll send you my address off stream. It's all right, man. Come round. I'll show you what carnival you're missing.
No. We're only joking anyway. But I think you make a good point
around James's house. Yeah.
I think. Well, I still got rejected by those ladies, so that's a problem because I'm not, that type of guy. But anyway, moving on. But the point is,
they ain't rejecting you, mate. You got a full fucking invitation.
Come on.
It's been single and 37 years old. That's the problem, isn't it? You know what I mean? I'm saying too much information here. Anyway, moving on. But the point is, this is not Love Island. The point is, it's a Spurs channel. I forgot that. But anyway, moving on. But the point is, right. It's I think you make a very good point about
Alex,
Son.
Relax. You're stuttering, brother. Relax. I'm joking. I'm chill.
No, bro, I'm Mr. Box Office.
It's impossible. Alex is lost for words.
Yeah, bro, it's never missing it. Well, it's never best to keep on the football, bruv. I've got to keep on the football, bruv, because I can't do this Love Island thing.
Mate,
what is
calm down. Alex, just stop a minute. There's a way to do it, yeah? There's a way. I always had to tell people doing it when they'd have panic attacks on doors and stuff like that. You breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. There we go.
Oh, great.
Start again, mate. Is
that the relationship experience advice there? Oh my gosh. Anyway, moving on.
No, usually the age I'm at, mate, I'm panting and puffing. My stamina ain't all there anymore.
The point I'm making is, that you make a good point about Son. He wasn't. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think he had a bad season. To be fair, that season, I think to be honest with you, I think he actually wasn't that bad. I didn't actually know that he actually wasn't happy. I didn't actually know the first season he wasn't happy. It was just only after that. But then, who do we have as a coach? Pochettino, who for me could make water into wine. For me, I thought Pochettino was that good of a coach. He made one player make him look that good. You know what I mean? So for me,
did you say that after his first season?
Yes, I could, because I think he had some of those youngsters as well, didn't he? He brought in a lot of youngsters as well. I mean,
he was crap after his first season.
But Poch even made Sissoko look all right.
Yeah, that's the point. I think Pochettino. I mean, like I said, James. I've made it quite clear on lots of streams, for quite a while now, that I didn't like Pochettino when he came in. He persuaded me the second season. He persuaded me, right? Because I wanted Frank de Boer. I wanted Frank de Boer, and look how that worked out. You know what I mean, for Crystal Palace. You know what I mean? So, you know, like I said, I think, you know, you have made a very good point about Son. And also, for another thing that you've argued really well about Son, well, I don't think you mentioned it, is that he had one of the seasons that he had a really bad injury still, and he still played on, and he still was a decent striker still. He still wasn't that bad, to be honest with you. Yes, he had some bad games, but he'd had some good games as well, to be honest with you. So the only difference is right now with Son at the moment, I think he's coming to the end of his career. But the point I'm making is, yeah, you do need a season to settle in. Yes, you do. You do. But I just feel at the moment, unfortunately, you're in the cauldron of a fan base that have just had enough.
It's not just that, it's the money. But
it's the money as well.
I want to go to a different point here, yeah?
Sorry.
Something that a lot of people do bring up in the chats and that. They, well, just like you're negative, just fucking sack Ange, then whatever else. Right. I am personally not one that thinks Ange is going to work overall. I just do not think he's going to adapt. I don't think he's going to change his skills. We ain't going to have the first 10 games to cover our ass again. And I think we're actually going to slip places because I personally believe our team has got weaker as a whole. Maybe in 2 years with the younger players, it can be stronger. But at the moment, I think our whole squad, in some ways, actually looks a bit weaker. We've only actually bought one player that gets into that first 11. And for me, that's
you? That's good. I personally don't. So that's
okay. But some do think that Ange should go now, and others say give him another year, give him 2 years, let him build what he's going to build and everything else.
Yeah.
Now, I'm one that says he's got 6 months with me before I make my proper decision on whether he goes in or out. Call it sitting on the fence, whatever, but give him that extra time. But if blatantly by then he ain't producing, what do you think we actually do? Do we just say trust the process like a lot of people will? Or do we just say, do you know what? Fuck it, we screwed up again, back to square one, let's start again. What do we do?
Dan, if you get rid of him now, then exactly what James says comes into play. You've blamed the manager.
Like 6 months.
All right. If we get rid of him anytime soon, it can only happen if we implode and the fans go after Daniel Levy, right? We have to. This has to be the manager that if it doesn't work, we all go after the chairman once and for all. If not, whoever comes in, it's going to be rinse, repeat, same shit, inherit a group of players you don't want, new system, new bollocks, okay? It's not going to work. It won't work. I remember when we got Ange, everyone said perfect fit, perfect manager for Spurs. So if it doesn't work, I don't want to hear Anarim, perfect fit. I don't want to hear it. I've heard it all before. Only get rid of Ange if it properly implodes. Like the whole thing goes to shit. We don't improve on last season. We crash out the cups early. We don't get top 6. You can say, buddy, you've been given £400 million and we've gone backwards. This ain't for you. Sorry, bye-bye. But the chairman has to be the one that gets the ultimate blame for this. Right? He has to be the one that we go after. My concern is we turn on the manager and Levy gets another get out and he gets away with it. If we turn on Ange, and I've got nothing against turning on a manager if he deserves it, but I'm turning on the chairman first alongside him. It has to be that way. I don't think all fans are going to do that though. That's kind of, I'm stuck with this because I personally don't think Ange is the right guy for Spurs. That's my personal opinion. And I'm looking at the signings. That sums it up to me. If I'm wrong, great. I'll gladly be wrong if we win FA Cups and European Cups. Fucking hell, man. I'm happy to be called the biggest dickhead in the world. Brilliant. I've got what I want, trophies. But if we don't go forwards, for me, it's because Ange isn't the right manager, but the buck has to stop with the chairman. It has to at some point. That's kind of how I see it.
Okay. Rest of you?
Well, for me, can't you just go against both of them anyway, like Ange and Levy, because Levy was on who appointed him, and Ange is the person who's the manager. And normally, I'm very defensive of the manager. The only two managers I've been against, I guess, is Ange and probably Nuno in the past 10 years, because I just didn't rate them, and I don't rate him, Ange, really. And then unless Ange does something very special next week against Newcastle, with changing the style just for 1 or 2 games, it's not that difficult, then I think we're going to get spanked anyway next Sunday. So I think he's on borrowed time regardless. But for me, where do we go after Ange? I mean, I would have said Poch, but he's going to the USA job. I mean, there's Glasner at Palace. I'll take him in a heartbeat. I think he'd be a good fit for us. But will the fans turn on Levy afterwards? No, not really, because a lot of our fan base just see things on surface level. So, people like us will sit and delve into past transfer windows, past the youth projects, managers that didn't get signings and did get signings, and what players they did get, what players they didn't get. But most people, Ange will go and they'll just move on. They won't really look at Levy. So where do we go from here? I just think we'll just repeat the same cycle over and over again.
Yep. For me,
I just think the same thing will just happen again.
For me, I personally don't believe that Ange wanted all these players. I think he was offered vice versa. So, say, for example, I think Timo Werner was he said, look, we're going to get Timo in, we're going to get rid of all of our wingers, and then we'll bring in a quality winger like an Eze. That's personally what I would like to believe that would have been offered to him, just because I know what Levy's like. So even though he's having the final say on things, if you've been offered nothing or Timo, you're going to take Timo. I would rather play kids, but that's his sort of decision. For me, I will never be any manager out until I can see that they've been properly backed with players. So, for example, if Eze come in, Tony come in, and another top winger that we've been linked with, and then someone like Paulinho, I'd say, you know what, Ange, yeah, you should be doing better than what you are. But for me, people are going to criticise Ange, but if Ange gets us top 4, in my opinion, he's worked miracles, because our squad isn't a top 4 squad. So are we going to give him praise if he gets top 4 the same kind of way we're going to give him stick if he gets 9th or 10th?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, my main problem with that is, personally, I thought we were good enough team-wise, first 11-wise, for top 4 last season, and I pretty much blame it on Ange that we didn't get top 4 purely because he didn't adapt to anything. And there were several games we could have got 3 points, 1 point, whatever, and could have got something out of it. But what you're basically saying is that you don't think he personally went there and said, right, I want him, and him. Levy basically just went like that. So that's like me and you going out and someone offering well, I'll give you a McDonald's, or you can have a Burger King. I mean, both burgers look like both burgers look like they've been abused. You don't really want either of them, but it's one or the other sort of thing. Yeah,
what I think they've said is it's like me and you going out and going, right, Dan, let's get a quick burger from McDonald's because we're going out for steak dinner tonight. And you've gone, yeah, it makes sense. So you've accepted the shit, ready, thinking that you're going to get something decent later on. That's personally what I believe. And the reason I believe that as well is because every ITK was saying, we're linked with Eze, we're linked with blah, 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 they're getting that from somewhere. So that's why I believe they were getting sort of links of, we're going to go here, we're going to go here. And I personally believe that Ange would have been told the same. This is where I think Ange will have another year or two of being told, you ain't doing very well. After this season, I think he's going to get criticism, a big criticism. And then I think next season, if it happens again, he will do what Conte will. Maybe not as bad, but I think he will push back and say, listen, I was given Timo, I was given blah, blah, blah. I think it's a matter of time.
I don't think he's got the front to do that. I think he's too much of a yes man to do that, because he's never going to get a bigger job than this. He's got the biggest job he's ever had and probably ever will have, unless he goes and wins a bloody title or something, which just ain't going to happen. I don't think he's quite got the balls that a lot of people make out like he's this big tough man and that. I personally, I think he's a bit of a yes man personally, but that's just. I think it's a natural element that you're only going to be criticised and backed up so much before you stand up for yourself.
But Conte
I
was
hope.
really a yes man though, James. Conte even said Spence wasn't his signing publicly.
I
But
hope
that's what I'm saying.
Ange, if he leaves, does it the way you said, James. Because if he does come out and blow it up, maybe not as nuts as Conte, this fan base that is obsessed with Ange, that loves Ange and Ange bought this and that, if suddenly he comes out and says, hey, all of you that love me, these fuckers lied to me, I think that's the best chance we have got as a fan base to causing havoc on this chairman and this ownership. I think that's the best chance we'll ever get. I thought Conte would be a great chance, but clearly it wasn't. I would rather Ange leaves like that, if it doesn't work out, of course. I want it to work. I want him to win FA Cups and European Cups. I want Ange to be the one that brings back glory. But if it's not him, I hope he leaves the way James said, because I tell you what, I'll be front line, full kit, ready to go, man. I'm telling you, I'll be so up for it.
Can I say what I need to say? Yeah, right. Okay, and I think everyone knows what I'm going to say anyway, but I'm going to say this as well. Okay, I know the chairman ain't going nowhere, right? So, to me at the moment, right, I can't be this. I'm still leaving out regardless, right? Because I don't see, but I want to see what happens next. But at the same time, I'm not stupid. I ain't gonna change, and that's it. And I don't think Ange got, even though I'm Ange out. The only reason why I'm Ange out, and if you've watched my channel, Mr. Box Office TV, you understand why I'm Ange out. Is because I've been to a point now where I think Tottenham Hotspur, the board, need to show. And I think this is the only way it works with Tottenham at the moment. I think this is where we're going to move forward, is that they can understand what a project is in terms of going through the hard times. And then when you go through those hard times, if they show their nerve and stick with the plan that they have, they gain a lot more respect than what they're doing it right now. Right. And I think that's where I'm at the moment. Right. And I thought that project was with Pochettino, right? To me, if we stuck with Pochettino through the times of when he was going through hard times, I think, and then or sat Pochettino and got somebody in similar to Pochettino, right? I think I would have been more on board. But unfortunately, because of all the trouble that we've gone through, and it's been up and down, and just the mismanagement and not being clear on what we want and what we are as a club. I don't know who we are as a club. I think for me at the moment, I need to see the nerve of these owners to say, we're going to stick with Ange, right? Because if you sack Ange, we're starting all over again.
We're basically living on 25 years of history, aren't we, from what we've seen? Because we've never seen the club back a manager.
And this is why I keep on harping on about Arsenal, because they have shown why the fans were on board with Arteta. You can see clearly there were people, and you can say whatever you want about lockdown and whatever, that might have helped him a lot. But Arsenal, with their owners, have said they've clearly shown that they've got the nerve and the bottle to say, we back our manager, regardless what you think, the fans. We back our manager, right? And if Tottenham Hotspur did that, I think there's a lot of people on this panel right now will say, you know what? At least they're keeping their nerve. At least they know exactly what they want. And that's it. And that's where I'm at the moment.
Alex,
that's exactly where I'm at the moment.
There's problems with that. Shall I tell you why? Because Ange came out and said last season in 12 months he expects to be in the title race. If he came out and said, we're doing a project, even though I don't agree with doing the project, by the way, again, I'd be more on board with him, because I think
this is where he's digging a hole for himself.
Yeah, this is where he's chat too much shit, isn't it?
This is where he's talking way too much, and this is why I say what I've said, that he's talking way too much. He needs to let Scott Munn have some of the talking. He needs to let Johan Lang do the talking sometimes. Yeah, for the club, because he's not doing himself whatsoever as well.
20 years of history proves the club won't do that.
Well, this is where we're going to have our fans that are going to be divided. This is the problem. So unfortunately, it goes back to the top, because I know exactly that half of that board do not like Ange. I know half of that board do not like Ange. Half of them like Ange, right? And those are the people that are talking to Daniel Levy in his ear. So that's the problem. And they can say whatever they want publicly until they show it and show the nerve. And again, I go back to the point. If Arsenal with Arteta sacked Arteta, you don't have a fan base right now with Arsenal fans being all together right now, going with the project. Because they stuck with Arteta, they said, they put the contract on the table and said, here's your contract, Arteta. We believe in you. And since then, every single end of the season, they say, we back Arteta. This is our man. Regardless of what's happened, we see progress. Edu's always with Arteta. And that's the problem. And unfortunately, I cannot go away from that. I am yes, it is maybe stubborn, but that's the values I've been born with, and it served me well. It served Mr. Box Office well, and it served me well. Whatever you want to talk about Alex or Mr. Box Office, and that's it.
The problem is there's no transparency from the club.
But that's the point, Has, and unfortunately, we've been lucky with some coaches because Martin Jol's a very good coach.
Yeah, he was great.
He made some good decisions, right? Harry Redknapp was a good manager. And Pochettino
was a coach and a manager. Redknapp was the best of both.
Exactly. And then we had a very good coach in Pochettino. We got lucky with him. Yeah. And it proved to me, right, we're not all there about trophies when we have Mourinho. And this is why I don't listen to the saying we need to do research on Ange. You do research on Mourinho and Conte, they've won trophies. Regardless if I don't like them or not, they won trophies. So for me, if they can't win trophies for Tottenham, there's a problem there. So Ange is no different to them as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? And again, it's nothing personal. If I saw him in a pub, I'd love to talk to him. I think we have a laugh.
Okay,
but
right.
Unfortunately, it's not personal. Unfortunately, that's the way I feel. And that's it, Dan. I've got to be honest. Sorry if I feel a little bit on.
I've got to shoot to go back to work.
Oh, then James.
You got one holiday, bruv. I feel sorry for you, bro. Oh,
no, it's not a bubble, isn't it?
Yeah, I work for myself, so no one else is going to do it.
Oh. Big up to you, then. Big up to you, bro. Big up to you, bro.
Take care, guys.
Cheers for coming on. Right, there's a couple of things I put on the start. And one of them I'm definitely going to wait till Stel comes back for it to give his opinion on it. First thing I'm just going to say here with you two, Ange was the top target to replace Pep. Bollocks. If he had left, if Ange went to City with those players, he will win a league, in my opinion. Fair enough, mate. You're entitled to your opinion. But if you go and give, like I've said, personal opinion at the end of the day, but I think this one can be quite believable. Even if you went and got Man City, even if you went and got that Barcelona team of like 2010, whatever it was, yeah, they ain't winning the league. Not with these tactics. Reason being, they will concede too many goals. He doesn't play with a 6. He plays with 2 inverted wing backs as a 10, and he puts his centre backs on the halfway line, basically. No team is going to survive with that. Not to win a big league. Yes, you can give me all the crap in the world that he won the Scottish Premier League. Yes, it's ranked lower than the fucking American League, for God's sake. Take that as disrespectful, whatever you want, but in that one, a fact is a fact that pretty much most of us could go to Scotland and win it with Celtic. Doing a treble, fair play to him. Not easy by any standards in any league. But winning that league and that, piece of piss. So, with my opinion on that one, mate, no matter who he's got playing for him, if he does not adapt some of his tactics, he ain't winning. And to say that he was the top target to replace Pep when he was our 7th choice, I'm sorry, mate. That makes absolutely no sense to me. Please send a chat and justify it. You two?
I think he can win like a cup, say, with that Barcelona.
A cup,
team,
maybe.
But not a league. Not a league, no way.
I think he's got more chance of winning a league with Man City than Tottenham. Yeah, definitely.
Of course.
He's got the money and that's it. But whether he can do that, it needs to be proven. You know what I mean? I think Pep is just one of those managers that is just the best of the best. You know what I mean? You know,
he's the dog.
I mean, I do have issues the way he's tried to change Grealish, Joe, because I thought Grealish was a maverick all day long. You know what I mean? Big up Eugene, by the way.
Hey, Eugene, you're right.
How you
But
doing, Harry?
yeah,
Hello again.
but yeah, it's just that, and also I need to big up James as well, because it's good to have somebody that wants to debate and actually's got the bottle to debate as well. So big up to him, bro. You know what I mean? He turns up like
Yeah, no,
something
he's
like that
always
as well.
good to have on here.
Big,
Me and him
big,
have had
big,
enough.
big up to him. Big up to him. You know what I mean? And big up to him for working on the bank holiday as well. I know what he said, but you know, big up to him because it's not easy.
It's
to do
double
it.
bubble at the end of the day, mate. But no,
Exactly.
seriously, I don't even think if he had the Man City team, unless he adapted some of his tactics, I just think that style of play is impossible to win a big league, a proper league over 38 games. A cup may be, because a cup you can have a cup run and you can get some luck in it. You can actually just win a cup out of luck, basically. But you ain't doing that with a fucking Premier League. You're not doing it. I mean, Eugene, you've just come back in with a comment at the bottom there. What do you think on that?
All right. If Man City gives Ange the players that he wants, right, he might have a chance to win the league. But with the style that we've seen him play, right, he doesn't actually focus on defense. You know, guys, to win something, right, you must get your defense right on. You get what I'm saying? No matter how you see it, a lot of people have been saying, if Ange goes there, right, and he plays how we play, and he doesn't have a defender like a VDV to come back to cover, right, the goals will still be conceded. Yes, so to win the league, consistency over 38 games, I doubt it. If Ange goes there, nah, I don't think he'll win the league.
And on the other side of it, why the hell would a club like Man City come looking for Ange? To me, that just makes no sense. I know it's quite limited out there with managers at the moment, but there's a lot of managers coming through, a lot of young ones. So I'll go to that question then quickly. Who would you three want to see if, say, we do get rid of Poch, let's say, Christmas, yeah? Because personally, I think he's gone in January if he hasn't got his shit together. Who would you actually want to see Spurs take on? Now, obviously, everyone can say Klopp, whatever else, but that's just bollocks at the end of the day. On a realistic try, who would you want to see Spurs try and take on?
As the manager?
I said Glasner earlier.
As the manager.
Guys, to tell you the truth, right, it doesn't matter who comes in, right? With the owners that we have.
No,
right?
no, Eugene, forget that. I'm asking you, who would you want to see as the manager? Fuck Daniel Levy and the rest of the group and all that, yeah? Who would you want to see as a manager? Who would be your pick? Forget Levy, forget he's Breeze, forget he's even born at this moment in time. Hard to do, maybe, but we might have some luck. Either way, who would you have as the manager? Who would you want Spurs to go for?
Realistically,
Glasner,
right? That's one manager I wouldn't mind having there at the moment. Even the West Ham manager, what's his name? Lopetegui wouldn't be a bad choice, right? So if these managers are willing to come in, of course, I mean, if Pep doesn't sign an extension with M City, of course I would love Pep to come in. But, you know, why would Pep come to Spurs when he knows that, you know, the chances of... Yeah.
Emery won't come, mate. So sorry, I'm writing in the chat, Emery. But I'd love Emery. But I don't
Emery wouldn't be a bad choice too. Yeah, that's true.
I know this is unrealistic, and I think it's just, but I think it's the tone. I think it's just the sort of manager I want. I want to go back to like someone like a Harry Redknapp. The only reason why I say it, right, and I'm not a type of manager like that. I just want to see players playing with freedom, but wingers that actually do what they're supposed to be doing. Like, I just want to go back to those days where, and I know it's never going to happen, but for me, I just like players that can play, that get better, but also show their potential. You get what I'm saying? At the moment, I can't see a coach at the moment, in my eyes at the moment. Maybe I need to do more research on it, that make players better in that sense. I think Glasner might be an argument for him, but I need to see him second season and third season, and that's it. and see where he goes from there. But I'm just fed up of us seeing players that are just not achieving what they should be achieving. You know what I mean? Getting better every single season. Yeah. And that's it for me. I just someone that just makes them just better, and just, especially a winger. I want to see them going past men. You know what I mean?
agree with you, Alex.
Growing as a person, as a player, making like a man. You know what I mean? You know, like the Man City team. You know, they look like, and again, football's for everybody, by the way. Football's for everybody. So I don't, because I don't want to say that I'm not saying it's just for, no, it's not. It's for everyone. But the point is that men that just look like they've grown. You know, grown in life, and that's it. And I just think at the moment, when Modi, is that the right word to say it? I've got to be careful there, to be honest. But I think we're just trying to be more too nice to them.
Woke, basically. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, mollycoddle, but I don't think that's the right term. I do apologise.
It kind of is, though.
Mollycoddle, yeah.
Basically, you're saying you want a manager that can bark at him, not kiss him.
Yeah. Whoops. I love you, Dan. But you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You know what I mean. But
you want someone nasty. Yeah.
It's what Dan's saying. It's just I wouldn't put it that way. But you know, I love you, Dan. You know, I love you, Dan. I know what you're like, Dan. Yeah. You know what I'm saying. You know what I mean. This is Mr.
Alex,
Box being careful and diplomatic, by the way. But anyway, moving on. But the point I'm making is that I just an old school manager just to get the best out of the players that he's got. You know what I mean? And I just think at the moment there's a lot of players. I think Stelios made a very good point about Alderweireld, right? Second half, he was passing it inside a lot of the time. You know what I mean? He wasn't just doing what he wanted to do, just take on a man, just go and do what he's doing. I think I have more respect for him if he just keeps on doing that. You know what I mean? Because he will get better doing that. You know what I mean? You know? Sometimes you have to go through the hard times to get to where you want to be. You know what I mean? You know? And if he's a dribbler, I don't want the dribbler to be taken out of him, because that's the essence of what you go to football to watch. You know what I mean? A player taking on his man, doing that. You know, that's what gets you excited. You get what I'm saying?
It's not the way a lot of players do it. So who would you want as your manager?
That's what I'm saying. I say I haven't got. I would have a Harry Redknapp sort of type manager. That's what I'm saying at the moment.
Sean Dyche? I know.
Yeah. Well, no, just a Harry Redknapp sort of type manager. That's what I'm saying at the moment, because I can't think of one at the moment at the top of my head.
I mean, before I come to you, then there's been a couple of ones on the chat. I mean, Savvy from Germany, that is one I would not say no to, but that one ain't going to happen. But it's just not going to happen. I mean, he even blew Liverpool out. Now, this one I like. I'd give Gary O'Neill an opportunity. I don't think he's a bad manager at all. And personally, I think he could come to Spurs and play the players to their potential, not just the way I want to play. Now, I get every manager has got, I play my way of football. But the thing I keep saying is, it's like playing poker, which is one thing I do a lot. You can only play with the cards you got. You can have tactics when you play poker, but you can only play, same as playing chess, same as a lot of games, but you can only play with what you've got. And I find the best managers get their way, but they will adapt to some of the players on the pitch and change their way a bit to make sure they're getting the most out of the players on the pitch. I personally would want a younger manager. The reason I would want a younger manager is because I don't really want one anymore like Ange, like Redknapp either. I mean, Redknapp was just Redknapp. He was the boss.
I like a manager. When I say a manager like him, like a manager.
I get what you're saying. 100% get what you're saying. But I would want a younger manager these days. Someone who's more adapted to the modern day game and someone who is still able to learn. Because for me, Ange, I don't think he's got the capability of learning too well. And that's down to his age. Because they do say the older you get, the harder it is to learn as such when you're set in your ways. That's just what a lot of people say. Gary O'Neill wouldn't be a bad call for me personally. Someone else has said, 101 man has said Emery. That's not going to happen, but I think he's an underrated manager. Also, Howling Mad Murdoch has said Graham Potter. I don't think that would be the most stupid call for us. The one I would definitely like to go for, and I'll come to you next, is what's his bloody name? The Sporting Lisbon manager. Is it Amorim? that is one who I would definitely like to see go to Spurs. And I think he is one we could have a capability of getting as well. Because I think with the players we got, and he's also young, he can adapt, learn. He's the sort of one I'd want to go for. Even a Nagelsmann. I personally want to go for the younger manager, dare I say, like Arteta, that, waste of space as when he came in and that, but he has blatantly adapted to football and everything he's needed to adapt to. So, Hayes, who would you go for? And then I'll come to you still.
Yeah, so my first choice is probably Glasner at Palace. I think what he did with Mateta was incredible. He's on the back of, obviously, he won the Europa League, at his previous club with Frankfurt. And I just think we need someone tactically astute, and Glasner is tactically astute. So that's who I would pick. I know Alex mentioned someone like Redknapp. The closest I think with that is probably someone like Sean Dyche. If I'm being honest, he's probably the closest you're going to get to Redknapp nowadays. But I'm more of like, I want a tactically astute manager, someone who knows what he's doing, because I just think we just lack that completely.
I mean, like Jimmy, you say Gary O'Neill, we're just being silly now. I don't think so. I think he's a young manager, and I think he's a younger manager than what we have anyway. And I think he can adapt to the football. I think he's done good at Wolves with what he's got, and I just don't think it would be the worst call. He's not my first shout, but I just don't think it's a bad call, and I don't think it's a silly call.
He needs time, though, Dan. He needs time. He will need time. He will need time.
But
that's
I personally think he can adapt better than Ange will.
Put Stelling. Let's put Stelling.
So if we was to go for another manager and it all went tits up with Ange and that, what would be the type of manager you'd want to go for? Who would you go for?
Go for a manager that's going to tell Levy to go fuck himself, because you think I'm joking, I'm serious. There's no manager that will ever work at Spurs under this ownership, Dan. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible, because the reality is this. A Glasner, an Anrim, these kind of managers, and Arteta even, all these managers, as soon as you come up against the Liverpools, the Man Uniteds, the Man Cities, it comes down to which club is prepared to spend the money on proven talent. Partey, Declan Rice, Trossards, these kind of players, right? Arsenal have had to get those in at some point. Klopp, he had to get in. Is there a giant fly in someone's bedroom?
No, that was just a motorbike going. Well, I say a motorbike. That was more someone going past.
That's a big ass fly. Right. Even Klopp, he had to get Van Dijk and Alisson. Every club at some point has to go big. Jack Grealish, Haaland, they have to go big. We never do that. So even if we get a Glasner or an Anrim that gets us back into the top four, third, maybe second, if you want to go that extra step and actually win stuff, you've got to spend the big money on proven, established players at some point. Levy will never do that. He'll never, ever go there, man. So it doesn't matter who we get in, Dan. Can we get a manager that can get us back into the top four? Yes. Can we get a manager that can get us to semi-finals?
Who would you want? Who would you want? Forget Levy.
It doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I'm just asking, who would you actually want?
Ryan Mason, get the fucking club relegated, and then the fans can turn on the owner. Burn the whole thing.
Yep, that's a good call.
I wanted Arne Slot when Conte left. I wanted Arne Slot.
Me too. I wanted him.
Yeah. Arne Slot didn't want to come to us.
And I explained why I wanted Arne Slot. I explained what he's had to go through and what he's done to with teams against all the odds. what his ability to actually do quite well in Europe, you know, with a team that had no right to do well in Europe, and the way he sets up his teams, very attacking but very conscious of defending. The ball possession is superb. I just felt that, you know what, that's the kind of manager I think has got a good chance at Spurs, but even he would fall short when it comes down to it. And he's a realistic target. We're not going to get a Klopp, an Ancelotti, a Pep. We're not going to do that.
No, of course not. I mean,
I wanted Arne Slot. I wanted Slot.
I'd want the Sporting Lisbon manager personally.
And by the way, I don't know if you don't know, but Arne Slot yesterday
when Liverpool played, he broke the record for the most amount of accurate completed passes in any game of Premier League football since history records began.
Wow.
He seems like a good manager.
He's made no signings. He's made no signings, and he's got them playing ball, real ball.
I mean, Cam, what you're saying here on the chat, yeah? How about a manager with a track record of winning? Oh, we have one of them. We have one of those. We're talking about sacking him after a 4-0 result. Nobody is saying we want to sack him or whatever, yeah? What we're saying is what can happen in the future, what might happen. We're talking ifs, buts, and maybes. But you say we have one of those of a winning record. Bollocks. We have one of those that have won it in the lowest of the low leagues. Again, no matter how it sounds, I keep saying it. The Scottish League is ranked lower than the fucking American League, and any one of us could go to Scotland with Celtic and bloody win it, yeah? He has not done it on a big league. You cannot tell me he is a Conte. You cannot tell me he's a Mourinho. You can't tell me he's a Pep, a Klopp, a Xavi. You can't tell me he's a Pellegrini. You can't tell me none of that. He has not done it in a big league. And this is where false. You prove your name.
This is false. Conte, track record of winning, won at every club except for Tottenham. Mourinho, exactly the same. Sorry, these comments don't work, because what you're doing is you're taking the Levy factor out. You're taking the ENIC factor out. It doesn't work. No manager has ever worked at this club. Nobody, other than Juan Ramos.
It's never worked.
And he got sacked after that too.
Listen, it's not. I think you've got a good point, Dan, about O'Neill, because I think the difference is that is he a good coach? I think we need a good coach at the moment. You know what I mean? I think what Arne Slot provides at Liverpool is a good coach. Pep is a good coach. Regardless whether I have my issue with the way he gets players, he does things like with Grealish, he's a very good coach, right? He demands things from players. You know what I mean? You know, and if he doesn't demand, if he doesn't match his demands, you see what happens. You know what I mean? Klopp was a very good coach, very good coach. Pochettino, I mentioned, a very good coach. I would say Eddie Howe is a very good coach as well.
Yeah,
Eddie Howe's a very good coach as well. I think if I had my choice, I'd maybe take Eddie Howe. I know he's not available now.
Alex, what's he going to do that's any different to any other manager?
No. But the point I'm making, though, still, okay, fair enough. I get you. I respect you what you're saying about Daniel Levy here. I respect you. But the point I'm making is, if I want to make my choice, because I'm not talking about Daniel Levy here. We're talking about what is the coach that you would want.
Yeah, I get it. I'm asking you. Yeah, but I'm asking you. You missed my question. My question is, what is he going to do that no other previous manager at Spurs is going to do?
Yeah. I agree with you.
I'm trying. I guess what I'm asking you is justify Eddie Howe. Like, what's the thinking here?
Well,
like, what's he going to do
at least he will do the best with the squad that he's got. He will do the squad that he's got, and he will coach them. At the moment, I don't think we're getting coached. I think we're just coaching.
He finished 8th last season.
Yes, because he had Europe, he had injuries, and he still coped with that.
Man United had injuries; they won the FA Cup. We had injuries,
and brought through youngsters as well in that system as well, and he didn't complain about it and still got through it and still finished strong, in my eyes.
Okay, right. I need to go soon. So does everyone else. But this is the last point I'm going to bring up quick with Cam. Ange would never have come across supporters who wanted their team to lose before. It's the supporters who are weak.
That's a lie.
Now
that's a lie.
That's an absolute lie. I can see what he's saying, because it was very 50-50. No, I agree. But it was very 50-50. I mean, we wanted to lose for reasons. But I just can't agree with what you're saying. I mean, there's a lot of weak supporters out there, Spurs supporters. I'd say, if anything, a majority of Spurs supporters are bloody weak, because they're just so kind and negative to life as such. But it's not the supporters who are weak. If he can't handle the shit, he's not doing it right. Last words on you?
If Celtic had to lose to Aberdeen to make sure that Rangers wouldn't win the league in Scotland, them Celtic fans would fucking let Ange know, right? Be under no illusion. This is the kind of virtue signalling bullshit that has intoxicated our fan base. Don't believe this kind of talk. Sorry, Cam, this is rubbish. Ange Postecoglou's Greek. Do you want me to tell you what goes on with AEK Athens and Panathinaikos? Right? I'll tell you some stories and you'll see how
Boca Juniors and that.
The deepest, biggest rivalries in football, if you know you're going to win damn fuck all, which Spurs weren't, you want to do whatever you can to stop your biggest rivals winning something. And that goes for any major rivalry in world football. And if you ran this poll with any big rivalry, 90% will back up what I say. 100%. Ange made an absolute dog's dinner out of that situation. All he had to do was keep his mouth shut, get on with the job, and nothing would have happened. And to come out of the game and say, I was anxious, I was worried what people thought. Bro, you're on £2 million a year. Do your job. Shut up. If you're anxious, what are the players going to feel then? Like, ridiculous. What is this? What are we doing here?
Another thing as well, how can you say that we're weak when we've gone through what we've gone through? Like I said before, we've been building since bloody 2008 to win a trophy, and we're going to offer the trophy over to Arsenal. That's like, and be happy about it.
If Ange,
you know what I mean?
Ange
I didn't care about the match. I didn't care about the match.
If Ange wasn't so bloody stubborn against Chelsea, against Arsenal, the stupid zonal marking that cost us, against Liverpool, where he played fucking Skippy at left back and got rinsed, and we knew that was going to happen, right? If he wasn't so stupid with his tactics, we wouldn't have been in that situation. We would have got top four, and that game would have meant nothing. But what 100%. Does Ange do? He fucks it. And then suddenly, oh, for this game where the fans are divided, I'm going to change my tactic. Pow. Come on.
Okay, guys. Our fans are weak. You know why? Because we ain't going to stand up against our owners that haven't given us shit in 16 years. Most of our fans are weak. Right?
I agree.
Yeah, Jimmy, you're right.
Sorry, Jordan. So the injuries thing with Tottenham, I'm sorry, mate. We have one game a week, bruv. Yeah, we have one game a week. So please don't justify Newcastle's injuries. They still carried on, didn't moan about it, and still played youngsters. Yeah, what Ange keeps on saying, oh, England play the youngsters, and then done it last season when he had was it no expectation season this season. So Jordan, please don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Yeah. Because he had one game elite last season. He had every chance to use the youngsters last season, and we have one game a week. And you'll complain about injuries. And Newcastle have more games.
Alex, we were 3-0 up against the worst Everton team I've ever seen come to Tottenham, right? 3-0 up against this dead, buried, finished Everton team. They were an absolute joke, what I saw. At 3-0, bring on the kids, man. Let them play 25, 30 minutes of football. Bring on your Moores, your Lancashires, all these kids we saw in the academy. Not one. Not one of them.
That just shows you how much he believes in the youngsters that was supposed to be the class of 92.
Exactly.
Oh, they're fantastic. Sorry, Dan. I know you want to finish the show, but honestly, what do you want from me? Yeah? I'm just saying Eddie Howe because he's a good coach, and he's shown me more than this bloody Postecoglou that I'm supposed to be liking right now. I'm sorry, he needs to show it, bro. I'm sorry, I'm done. I'm finished with it, bro. And that's it. Back to you, Dan. I'm done. If you don't know, get to know.
Last one, your quick opinion on that one?
Well, I don't think Andrew will last anyway, so I think he'll be gone by Christmas. I just don't think he's going to last. I don't know who we're going to have in charge after Christmas. I can't tell you, but because Poch is off the menu now.
Right, Mason, mate. Mason. Here we go.
It is going to be.
That's
so
right, Mason.
Thanks to all the chat for watching. Give us a like and subscribe. It'll be much appreciated. I don't ask very often. Stel, where do we find you when you're doing work next?
8:30 p.m. tonight, Tottenham away. It's our bread and butter. My favourite show that I do. Come check us out tonight. We'll be going into all things Spurs that have happened on the weekend, the Premier League, what's coming up, and just having some honest conversation, man. And yeah, feel free to come and watch. You're more than welcome, everyone and anyone.
Alex?
Don't like making promises, but hopefully by the end of today, a video in today, rattling people about what I saw against Everton today on Saturday, and also a few things as well that were brought up in during the weekend as well. So, yeah, keep locked in, and thank you for the support, everyone. And that's it. Back to you, Dan. I'm done.
Okay, and Eugene?
First of all, don't forget subscribe to Tottenham Way, the Hotspur Hood, Hotspur TV, Mr. Alex Box Office, right? And of course, Persuasion TV. Most probably, I'm trying to set up a show this Wednesday with some Malaysian fans from other clubs like West Ham, Manchester United, and Arsenal. And let's see, we have a chat from there. But I'll try to set it up. Wednesday, most probably, will be around Malaysian time, 10 p.m. That will be about 3 p.m. UK time. Yeah, guys. Thanks for the support.
Okay. Brilliant. Right. Thanks for everyone on the show for coming on. Much appreciated. Always good debate. I'm now going to piss off out in the back garden, have a beer and chill out. And everyone, have a good day. Thank you very much.
See you later, everyone. I'm gonna turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down.